and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gon' let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Just gon' creep down in Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gon' creep down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Spooky up in here, it's crazy in here. We still gon' keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever want it, bring it. I don't care, we can do this. Then come step up to the plate and meet your match. It ain't no thing.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. rap about a man named Alec Hunter. Tricking this girl and I straight up Alex stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football, call this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec will confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
Boys, girls, and enemies of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Outlet Gunter stream. I am the one, the only Outlet Gunter, and we are back with some politics today. We're doing some politics. Oh my goodness, it's happening. It's happening. He's back. The man's back. The man, the myth, the legend. Welcome in, Big Jerry. Welcome in, Phyrexial. I keep seeing you on League, and I keep meaning to invite you, and I just don't. Sorry about that. Been waiting for this? Okay, yes. I don't have any specific plans. I have like two things pulled up. I've got an Asmongold clip channel and Kelly Cadigan, if you guys remember her. Talking about how she's a conservative, I guess. So, I guess I'll start there, but by all means, I am open to suggestions. If you want to send suggestions, I don't think that it's possible to do it in YouTube chat, but if you go to the Twitch channel or my site, you can leave links there, or you can go to the Discord channel, the Discord server, using the link in the description below the video if you're on YouTube, or you can type, I think exclamation Discord in any of the chats. It should work in any chat. Exclamation Discord will take you to the Discord server, and you can leave something in the juice box. Just tell me that you left it in the juice box in chat, though, if you do that. It's been like 12 days since anybody's left anything there for understandable reasons. There's one guy that I feel really bad for, because Jimmy Mikes in the Discord always leaves stuff in the juice box, and like I try to react to some here and there. Maybe I should go over one of his videos today. Nazi John Fetterman clone? I don't think John Fetterman's a Nazi, but if you're saying he's a John Fetterman clone... How racial self-hatred infected my family and shaped my worldview. Okay, hold on. This might be good. Maybe, okay, this sounds enticing. Trending, okay, so I'm also on Twitter again. Trending in the United States, Mewtwo. Mewtwo is trending. I would like to see more about this. What's this? The next death battle will be Shadow versus Mewtwo. That's gonna be sick. That's gonna be like my teen edgelord dream right there. That's like my teen edgelord wet dream, is Shadow versus Mewtwo in a death battle. You guys keep up with death battle? Ninjago versus Bionicle. That's a pretty unique one. Shadow wins, spoiler. I feel like, yeah, like, let's be, okay, so you need to, first of all, you need to be using the anime canon version of Mewtwo, right? Honestly, like, okay, so they did a death battle between Mewtwo and Frieza a long time ago, and Frieza absolutely dominated. This was before, like, Gold Frieza, Black Frieza. This was before, like, you know, all that. And Frieza just fucking dominated because, like, Pokemon are purposefully limited in the scale of their power. Anyway. So yeah, we got Kelly Cadigan and Asmongold. How are you guys in chat? On my ranked arc? Ranked for what? Oh, for your Phyrexial. You mean League of Legends. I was reading, I thought that was Steve saying that. My bad. Yeah, I'm also on my ranked arc. I'm silver 2 right now. But I'm doing pretty good. Like, if you go to my op.gg... Alexander Gunther. Okay, so I just played a game today and won, so it doesn't count that here. 11-4 and I lost. I was carrying the... Okay, wait, actually this was me and Dubsy. I was carrying the shit out of this game. I just, like, their Yasuo was carrying harder. So, like, all 4 kills, I think, were from Yasuo. Or no, there was, like, 1 that wasn't. But, like, 3 of them were just me 1v1ing Yasuo and, like, barely... No, the first time... The first time it was me barely losing, and then he started, like, being better against me. This one was terrible. I don't know, that seems like a close battle. Mewtwo and Shadow? No. Like, if you don't know anything about... Okay, so Chaos Force in the Sonic verse is, like, basically, like, universal controlling magic. It's like the Infinity Stones, but better. There's just no way. Like, Mewtwo doesn't have, like, universal... Like, I used to be a power scaler. I'm not so much anymore. But if you're asking... That's why I still like Death Battle. There's still a little power scaler inside of me that, like, needs to know. You know what I mean? That's why I love Death Battle. But, that being said... I do not think Mewtwo has shown anything close to what I think Shadow can do. Mewtwo does not warp reality in the same way. Exactly. Like, Mewtwo is very powerful. Okay? But I just feel like you're comparing... Like, Mewtwo is powerful the same way an ant is strong. You can't compare an ant to an elephant. An elephant will stomp the ant. Sorry, like, that's how I see Mewtwo versus Shadow. Shadow is the elephant. Mewtwo is impressive in his own right. They're just on entirely different scales. I thought it was like base stats. They never stop at base stats in Death Battle. They always go for, like, the full kit. I kind of wish it were Shadow versus Frieza. I feel like that would be way more fair. Personally. Speaking of elephants, they are sleeper furry species in my opinion. That's a good point. I don't see a lot of furry elephants. There's the one chick from the movie. The Sing movie. It's called Sing, right? Yeah. She's cute. Oh, you know what made elephant furry shit pop off for a while? Yes. This right here. And Madagascar? I don't think there were any elephants in Madagascar, were there? Yes, Mario Wonder. Yeah, the elephant. Isn't there an elephant Peach? That's fucking adorable, honestly. Yeah, wait, that's actually kind of crazy. I don't think there were any elephants in Madagascar. Were there in Madagascar? No, there were in Madagascar too. There had to have been. Yes, okay. They were just kind of like background characters. Which is kind of wild. Like, elephants, I feel like, if you're talking about like Saharan animals, I feel like elephants, like one of the first ones you think of is an elephant. It's like top 3. Top 3. You got elephant, lion, Ooh, actually, I think it's a 5-way tie. You got elephant, lion, giraffe, hippo, and rhino. Like, those are the 5 you think of. There was an elephant in Zootopia. Zebra? I don't think zebra is that high up there. Definitely not gazelle. Like, obviously, there are ones you think of, and I, like, if you were, okay, so, like, I think of it like Family Feud, right? Like, if you were to ask 100 people, name a Saharan African animal, what would be number 1? Like, what's number 1? I think elephant's number 1. No, this is a real, you're laughing, okay, but this is a really good Alec treading dangerous waters. What are you talking about? Dangerous waters? Am I gonna... Oh, just because it's controversial, like which... Oh, am I gonna upset the furries? I didn't think about that. I could upset the furries with my animal tier list. My Saharan African animal tier list. Elephant's the first one you think of. Elephant's the first one you think of. I think second place, giraffe. Honestly, for my money, second place, giraffe. I think third place is lion. Fourth place is rhino. Unfollowed, unsubbed, canceled on Blue Sky, canceled on Twitter. That's entirely fair and valid. Third place is lion, fourth place is rhino. What's fifth place? What did I say? I said lion, giraffe, rhino, elephant. I didn't say hippo, did I? I don't think hippo's like top 5. Did I say hippo? I don't think hippo's a top 5. If I did say that, I retract it. I don't think hippo's a top 5. If it is top 5, it is number 5. I did say hippo. Put hippo at number 5 then. Honestly, no. You know what? I'm taking it back. Zebra comes before hippo. Put zebra at number 5. I think that's top 5. Zebra is just too iconic. Zebra, now that I think about it, zebra is like the horse with black and white stripes. I think zebra deserves the top 5 spot. First time here, I am glad. Am that girl with the Katra PFP who messaged you on Discord about someone trying to impersonate you. Okay, well, thank you for doing that. There's really not a whole lot you can do about that. All you can do is warn people. Like, there's this asshole on Discord trying to say that he's me. He has my profile picture. Just ignore him. I do not generally send out friend requests without telling people. The only people I send friend requests to without telling them are people that I'm trying to get into contact with for like a debate or some shit. Like if you're like a person of any relevance in like the debate or politics sphere and I give you a friend request, then it's probably valid. But like if you're just some schmo, Joe Schmo, and this isn't to insult you, okay? Like, I respect the Joe Schmoes who don't stream more than I respect the ones who stream, because the people who stream are just self-centered assholes. They love the spotlight on them. Anyway, if you're just some Joe Schmo and I'm not DMing you, or like I am DMing you, like I'm sending you a friend request, be very, very suspicious about that. Double and triple check that it is me. My Discord name is just Alec Gunter, with no spaces, no underscore, nothing. Well, that's my username. Obviously, you can't have a space in a username, but you get the point. Alec Gunter. ALECGUNTER. Yeah, the username has to be wrong. Unfortunately, your main name and your picture can both be exactly the same. Also, check the join date. I think my join date's like fucking probably 2010 or some shit. Who knows? I hate the spotlight. I push it onto my co-streamer. There you go. I'm scared of the furries. They're all in IT. IT is scary. I have a large ego and elevated sense of self-worth, so of course I would be expecting a random friend request. True. I get random friend requests all the time because I'm relevant in the world. People know who I am. No, very select people know who I am. So like I'm like 3 or 4 layers removed from like the president knowing who I am, which is more than most people can say. But that's still quite a distance away. It's not like I can get Donald Trump on the horn. It would be pretty sick though. Hassan Piker knows who I am. Vaush knows who... I've met Vaush in person. Vaush likes me. I've only ever been muted in his chat once because I was manic. What an interesting period of my life. Have you guys ever had a manic episode? I tell you what, it is... I can't speak for everybody, but for me, there is a reason that it's such a problem, because it's one of those it's not disabilities. It's one of those things that happens that, like, it's bad, but you are tricked into not thinking that it is bad. So you think it's good when you're manic, like you're having the time of your life. And everyone's experience is different. Some people are manic and they know it and they hate it. But most people, when they're manic, have an inflated sense of self-worth. They think that, like, I thought that I fucking knew everything for a little bit. I thought I was God. I was like, I have this deep intrinsic understanding of the universe suddenly. Like, literally it felt like a spiritual awakening, and I still sometimes call it that. I was annoying, just generally arrogant. I've never had a manic episode in my life. Try to avoid them. I ended up writing a passive-aggressive email to my German elective class lecture during my manic episode after my panic attack. Ouch. My mental illness is definitely more depression-focused. Just pay attention to, like, if you're bipolar 2, it can be hard to detect. A lot of that's the most misdiagnosed disorder. Like, usually you get diagnosed with major depressive disorder because the I should say hypomanic phases of bipolar 2 are sometimes harder to detect because you actually are more like, one of the symptoms is you are more productive at work. Like, you become a more productive person in a hypomanic phase. And so it's like, okay, is it hypomanic? Or are you just in a good mood? Right? Like, a lot of people around you will be like, oh, you're productive today. Like, you're in a good mood. You're in high spirits. Major depression here, but I'm not manic anymore. If you were manic, wouldn't that be bipolar? Like, even, like, my clinical judgment for you would be, like, you've had you've had a manic episode, so I would classify that as bipolar, personally. But I'm not your physician, so I don't know. Just like if you've ever had a manic episode, you can't have bipolar and depression. You can't have both. You have either one or the other. Because bipolar includes depression. Depression specifically excludes bipolar. Like, it specifically excludes periods of mania, because if you're having that, it moves from depression over to bipolar disorder. Being ultra productive because my brain decided that this was a good day, but then remember I wasn't being paid enough to be that productive. I mean, it's different for me because I'm more closely connected to my work. Like, at my job, I want to be super productive because all I'm doing is taking care of a patient. And I want to make sure he's comfortable and go above and beyond for that. But, I can understand that. I feel like I've never really had a job that is just like I do the bare minimum. Like, so there were days that I do the bare minimum, of course. Everybody has those days. Sexy Beast, guns out. Yes, thank you. I decided to go guns out, even though I have acne on my arms. I decided I don't care today. I forget what I was saying. My mania is usually just anxiety. Those are closely tied together. They're both like in the upper category. Depression is like in the lower category. Anxiety and mania are both like increased periods of energy. Like, the way that I look at it is they're both up here, but there's a split. So if you are manic, mania is typically, mania is like anxiety, but make it positive. Anxiety, but make it feel good. If you can imagine that. Like, you can be an anxious mess when you're manic. But typically, it's more like, I can do anything. I know everything. I am the best. Or in some cases, it's like I'm sent from God. Like, there's a specific, like, religious affiliation with some people's manic episodes. I do not feel good when I'm anxious. That sounds more like anxiety then, like mixed depression with anxiety. You did say you have depression though, right? I have yeah, MDD and GAD, yeah. I forgot to open my Twitch. Hold on. We got to get started in a minute. I'm itching for a scritchin. I'm itching for a react. Is that a thing in the furry community? Do they say they're itching for a scritchin? If it isn't, it should be. Take notes, furries. I'm improving your community one day at a time. I can't be diagnosed for depression because it's too correlated with autism. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. You can absolutely, like if you're autistic, you're more likely to have depression. Just by virtue of having a neurodivergency. So I don't understand what you mean. Okay. Like, if a professional told you that, I would question that professional. I'd get a second opinion. Okay, I'm not going to do... I don't think I'll be uploading these to YouTube, so I'm not going to do, like, the official intro or anything. If I do upload them to YouTube later, who cares? Let's just start with this since I actually have it open and I want to watch it. Okay, so, you guys know who Kelly Cadigan is, right? If you don't, just in case, I'll just explain it anyway. Just a transgrifter. Like, she had a period where she was like, I'm not sure, but, like, she ended up on the conservative side of things, and I haven't looked at her stuff in a while, so I was like, okay, as a transgender conservative with large breasts, I have something to say. Let's take a look.
So it's day one of being a conservative, and today I want to talk about why
here.
I'm detransitioning. Okay, I'm kidding.
Day one of being a conservative, that is such a lie.
I'm not detransitioning, but I am coming out as someone who is on the center right wing.
No. You've been center right wing. This isn't new. Like, you can say it now, but you always kind of have been, right?
You know, I think anyone that's a legal adult should be able to transition.
Okay.
But not if you're a minor.
Why not?
And me saying that as someone who transitioned at 15 does not make me a hypocrite.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. What, do you wish you had... Okay. Here's the one circumstance where that does not make you a hypocrite. Do you think that you would be better off if you had waited? Do you think that that would, like, if you had waited until 18 to do any kind of transition at all, like physical transition, like, would that have improved your circumstances? Would that have made you, like, feel better in your body? Because I don't imagine, like, I can't imagine the answer to that being yes, because you haven't detransitioned. You're still trans. And you've clearly benefited from it. Like, let's be real. I know you said mania isn't a good thing, but that sounds like something I would like to experience. Lol, self-confidence, what's that? It's like heroin, right? Like, for, like, in case this gets uploaded to YouTube, like, we were talking about mania and anxiety attacks and shit. It's like taking heroin. Like, people say that it is the highest euphoria they've ever had. Okay? Does that mean, like, would I like to experience that? Sure. But should I? Probably not, right? Like, there are just some things that the human mind was not really meant to, like, grapple with. And mania is one of those things. Like, you cannot maintain a stable manic state. That doesn't exist. If you're manic, that's a problem. Like heroin, I think it was a good comparison. I can't even think of a time where I felt anything like that, healthy or otherwise. Well, then you're not, I don't think that you're bipolar then. I can understand, though, wanting the self-confidence bit of that. That's something that you can work on.
It just makes me someone who can look back on my experiences and realize I was really young to be making that decision. And that doesn't mean I regret who I am now. I love how
I didn't regret it or anything, guys. Don't get me wrong. Like, I benefited big time from that. But should other people? No.
I turned out, and I love my transition. But clearly, with all the detransition
not.
videos we've been seeing lately, it didn't work out that way.
Okay, all the detransition videos from who? Like 10 people? Total? Like 10 people. All 10 or 12 of them or whatever. Like, out of how many?
For a lot of other people. So I don't think it harms anyone if we just wait until everyone's a legal adult before they start medically transitioning.
We have evidence that it harms people. You are supposed to start medically transitioning. If you have gender dysphoria, right? You are supposed to start medically transitioning at Tanner stage 2 of adolescence. We have the evidence for this. Your rate of mental health crises is lower, like your chance of getting one, including suicidality. Your overall, well, like, you're more active. Like, people, okay, here's a big one. Like, people say that puberty blockers impact your bone density. It actually works the opposite way that people think, right? Because you are more likely to have bone density problems if you are untreated, an untreated person with gender dysphoria. Rather than, so here's the thing. It sounds contradictory, but bear with me. Puberty blockers, right, have a chance of making your bones less dense. That is a thing that they can do, right? So then, that alone would tell us puberty blockers have a chance of making your bones less dense, more of a chance than if you were not to take them. But here's the thing. When you don't take them, if you are a trans youth with gender dysphoria, and you don't take puberty blockers and you go through natural puberty, you are at far, far higher risk of developing depression. And guess what depression does? What does depression do? It makes you less likely to move. And when you don't move as much, your bone density suffers. And so, putting children on puberty blockers is actually, if they're trans, is actually better for their bone density than not doing it, on average. But nobody thinks about it that far because it's a lot easier to just say puberty blocker's bad.
I believe also in the right to bear arms. I think people have a right to own a firearm in this country. But at the same time, I think we need stricter laws for obtaining them because we need to prevent future tragedies from happening.
That's not going to play well with the right.
Nashville. Pronouns are also totally conditional to me. I'm a huge advocate for freedom of speech. If someone wants to call me he, him, they are allowed to do that. You know, like people, even though it may hurt my feelings, that is their right. We shouldn't be putting people.
Okay, and it's your right to not associate with those people. You know, like that doesn't make it like that's like saying it's your right to chew with your mouth open, you know, like that. Like it's like saying it's your right to throw up a middle finger at me. That's absolutely your right. Absolutely. But I'm going to get irritated and I'm not going to want to associate with you. And also, like, if you're working somewhere, right? Like a gas station, you're a gas station clerk and you just throw up a middle finger at somebody, you should get fired. You know? Or at least reprimanded. Maybe not fired, but definitely reprimanded. And I feel the same way as if you misgender somebody on purpose. Because that's rude. Like, no matter which way you do it, right? Like, we accept that misgendering cis people is wrong and rude. Not something that you can absolutely not do, but it's rude, right? Like, you wouldn't want to call a woman a man, and you wouldn't want to call a man a woman. There are gendered implications there, right? But usually when you're doing that, you are stressing the negative qualities of the other sex that you're referring to the person as. So if I call a woman, oh, you look like a man, I'm probably saying, you know, maybe they're hairy, or they have a thinning hairline, or like I'm insulting them is the point. I'm not saying it in a positive way, unless they're like a butch lesbian, right? Where was I going with this? Yeah, we've accepted that it's like rude when we do it to cis people, but for some reason, like, we should be like allowed to do it to trans people. You're allowed to, it's just fucking rude. And also, there's an extra layer there where you're causing fucking dysphoria. Like, you are making their mental health problem worse.
In jail or fining them or policing that stuff at all. And then I found it really interesting that the left took.
That's like okay. I'm not saying that trans people are like people with schizophrenia. But if you have gender dysphoria, which is a mental illness, right? And other people are actively making that worse by misgendering you, that's like making a person's schizophrenia worse by like making them extra paranoid for no reason. You know what I mean? Like, that is just a shit thing to do. It's a shitty thing to do. Like, you are making a person's mental health problems worse on purpose. She and many like her live in a completely different reality where detransition is happening en masse and people are getting beaten, arrested for misgendering. Yeah, I was actually watching a Dr. K video about the, we might talk about Tracy, what's her name? Tracy Clancy, right? Is it Tracy? I feel like that's wrong. The woman who killed her 3 kids. Something Clancy. Like, Dr. K was talking about that, and he's like, the main problem that, and I agree with him, the main problem that we have in society today is that we live in completely different realities. Which is true, we do. Like, people are not all existing in one coherent, like, A to B to C sequence of events. It's crazy. Like, there's mass psychosis.
That and was like, oh, why are you like getting upset that we're misgendering you? We're going by your logic. I'm not upset about it. I was just pointing out the hypocrisy that you guys were respecting the pronouns of the person who committed the tragedy in Nashville. You were fine with respecting them, a child unaliver, but not me, because you think I'm transphobic when I'm trans. Sometimes I look.
Yeah, okay. If you have the same beliefs that a transphobe has, that makes you transphobic. Whether or not you are trans. There's no essentialism to this. Okay? Transphobia is not a matter of whether or not, like, whether or not you're trans doesn't hinge upon, like, or sorry, other way around. being transphobic does not hinge upon whether or not you yourself are trans any more than like racism does. Like if you can be a black racist against other black people, you know? Like look at Candace Owens. She engages in white supremacist rhetoric all the time. People call her fucking Candace Owens for that, which is very funny and you know, not all that inaccurate. She's just allowed to do it because she shares the demographic of the people that she's shitting on. She herself is black. Oh my goodness, how could she possibly be racist against black people? And then white supremacists see that and they're like, well, she's willing to play ball. Let's just stuff all of our opinions into her. And she is herself a white... Like, I'm not saying that white supremacists are using her as a puppet. What I am saying is that, like, there is a white supremacist living inside of Candace Owens' brain. You know what I mean? Like, she is a white supremacist even though she's a black woman. Because all of her rhetoric leads us to that conclusion. So yes, you can absolutely be transphobic. All that's to say, you can absolutely be transphobic while being trans. The things you are saying are transphobic.
Legitimately think you guys forget we have the court of public opinion as well. It's not like if someone calls me he, him in a very public space, there probably wouldn't be people that would look at them weird or stand up for me. Like, it doesn't have to be a legal thing. Or
I would stand up for you. I would say she goes by she, her. I would.
You don't have to force people to respect you, you know? I also don't think we should be
Yeah, and you're not forced to be around those people.
Teaching kids in elementary school what it means to be trans or non-binary.
Why not?
Because I really feel like the visibility movement kind of hurt trans kids more than it helped, because it meant so much more when a kid would say they felt like they were the other gender before they knew what it meant to be trans. Nowadays, a kid learns what that is, could take the label and go down a path that isn't for them.
That's not how that's not how that goes, though. That can happen just as easily without telling them. Like, if you have a legitimately trans child, right, but doesn't understand that it's even possible to be trans, and never learns that, they're kind of forced down the path of being cis, which is a worse outcome for them, right? People get this mixed up all the time. It is not a neutral decision to prevent children from learning that trans people exist or that they themselves could be trans. That's not a neutral decision. Okay? Any more than like keeping them from learning what a black person is. You know? Or like I'm trying to think of a better... That's not the best comparison. I don't know. I can't think of a better comparison than that right now. But you guys get my point.
And lastly, if you're a pre-op trans woman, I really feel like you should be staying out of women's changing spaces. I feel like bathrooms are a different story just because they're more private. But honestly, I think if we're going to consider ourselves to be women, we should be listening to biological women and understanding that they're...
No, biological women is wrong. It's cis women. Cis women. Okay? What do you mean by... There's no such thing as a biological woman. That doesn't exist. Because woman is a social construct based upon biology. For the most part. It's very largely in part based upon biology, but woman itself is a social label. You can be a biological female, but I could also argue that trans women are biological females. XX chromosomes. Yeah, I know. We do gene swabs on everybody before we decide how to gender them.
Or people who might want to take advantage of the system.
Okay. This is Kelly. Okay, Stacey K is hit or miss, but this is a pretty good hit. Kelly, this is the 7th week in a row you've come out as conservative. That's pretty good.
So it's day one of being a conservative.
I'll give Stacey that one. Stacey's kind of too liberal for me, but I'll give her that one. That was funny. Strongly would have preferred transitioning at a young age. Yeah. But we're at where we're at. Well, not me. I am fine because I'm cis, but you know, like, you know, can't go back in time. Can only go forward, right? Which all we can do is improve circumstances for the people who come after us. Just saying young shits take it for granted. Well, I mean, a lot of people are getting kicked off of them right now, you know? It's rough out there. Sometimes I feel too Brazilian to know most of these names or totally understand these points, not because I don't agree with the good ones and disagree with the bad ones, but because reality here was a bit different than in the USA. I don't know how you could be too Brazilian to understand the points I'm making about trans people. That doesn't track with me. Like, I'm not saying you're trying to, like, contest anything I've said. I just don't understand what you, like, I'm not trying to challenge you. I just don't know what you mean by that. Okay. We're on Asmon Mold's channel. The first question is, should we even be here? Are we interested in what the mold man has to say? I feel like his opinion's pretty important. A lot of people seem to think this man's opinions are pretty important. For some reason that I cannot quite ascertain. Latest thing I heard is he got his ass banned. That's pretty funny. How'd he get banned? Here, let's see if we can find it on the old Twitter, aka X app. Would never want to dead name Elon's baby. Elon's only real child. Asmongold. Let's just search Asmongold. Okay, I did see this. I
think I will cook for him at some point, but I don't know what to cook that's edible for him. He's actually a baby when it comes to food. Like, he won't eat 90% of food.
So here's the thing with this. I thought it was legit at first, but Asmongold is sitting right there. So, like, he's listening to it. Like, he doesn't have headphones on either. He's hearing all of this. Either that or he just is flat out not paying attention.
Food that I would.
So, like, she's sitting there calling him picky with food, or he doesn't care, or it's also possible that he just does not give a shit if people know this stuff. Anyway, I'll let it play.
I'll cook for him at some point, but I don't know what to cook that's edible for him. He's actually a baby when it comes to food. Like, he won't eat 90% of food that I would make. Most food in the world will make him gag. Every time I ask him, oh, can you clean this a little bit? He beat me. See, my eyes are still red.
She's like, he beats me, and he's just sitting right there. There's no way, right? Like, she's baiting hardcores. This is a bit. She's just grifting. It's just like, if she is grifting, that's so antisocial. Like, does that not strike anybody else as incredibly antisocial to just say this shit? Like, if it's not true? Like, I understand wanting attention. Asmon is too. I think Asmon quite literally might be antisocial, yes. They're meant for each other. It's possible. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know.
From crying last night. Because he makes me cry every night. I have
Okay, that's
like,
a lie.
itchy, like it's like spots. It's not a whole rash, but like spots everywhere. On my arm, on my leg. It's not that bad though. It's not high. I don't think it is. Cause it's like a mosquito bite. It's like singular.
Here's my thing, right? Like, she is conventionally attractive. This is a personal thing I'm bringing up. I just want to point out, like, I find her attractive until I hear her speak. You know what I mean? Does anybody else get that? Like, maybe it's a Demi thing, but like, I don't care like about my type. I don't care how you look anymore. Once some fucking, like, I have a type. You know what I mean? I have many types, and she's very, very pretty. But once I hear some bullshit come out of your mouth that I don't like you're like, I want nothing to do with you. I don't want to look at you. Like, you become ugly. I'm Demi and she's pretty until her mouth open. Yeah, exactly. Words are hard. What I mean is I understand your points. They're good. But what I mean is the conservatives here debate similar, but other idiotic points which we use and need other points to debate them. Similar. Hold on. The conservatives here debate similar but other idiotic points which we use and need other points to I'm sorry, you're losing me. If somebody can explain that more simply, I'd appreciate it. It could be my fault. I don't understand what you're getting at. I'm sorry.
There's no way it's bed bugs. There is absolutely no way.
Not that it would shock me if he had bed bugs. Like, maybe this is giving him too much credit. I feel like even Asmongold would not put up with bed bugs. Like, that would be too much even for him. I would hope, at least. Like, I'm not saying it would force him to clean anything, because really all you got to do for bed bugs, like, he's got the money to do heatigation or fumigation or whatever. I wouldn't wish them on my worst enemy. I wouldn't either. I don't want, yeah, no, I've had bed bugs. When I was a kid, we had bed bugs. It was terrible. Terrible. I had to sleep on a air mattress for like 2 or 3 months. It sucked. Yeah, you don't want bed bugs. They are like one of the worst fucking pests that you can have. I don't think he has them.
They're not even that itchy. They're not even that itchy. It's just like a really small dot.
Probably a spider bite. He's probably got a bunch of spiders or something. Or an infection. It could easily be a skin infection. What is this one?
Oh my god, can you not do that?
Do what? What did he do?
Oh my god, can you not? Oh my god.
That was me today. I was playing League of Legends, and I can't fault him for that, because like I was playing League of Legends and I was that close to getting a kill on Silas. I'm playing Mordekaiser, and it was this close, and we're so close in health. I guess he has a healing move. I don't know Silas's kit that well, but he has some kind of healing move, and he fucked me with it. And it was like that close, and I literally hit my head on the desk. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. I didn't hit it that hard. I was just like, made my cat look over.
God, can you not do that?
The other day, I slammed my foot.
So scary. Dude, he has anger issues. Is this a reward?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. That's the cleanest I've seen his room. It's probably her doing. I'm trying, okay, so when I say I'm trying to figure out what's going on, I'm trying to understand the chemistry, right? Like, this intrigues me, because you have Roach Man over here, does nothing, feels nothing, I presume, like, basically has the hand of sloth shoved very deep into his body until it reaches the oral orifice and starts speaking, right? Like, sloth has just, he's sloth incarnate. Is she into, are there women who are into lazy guys? I guess that's a thing, right? He's absolutely like somebody's fetish. Is that her? Is she like into lazy dudes? She has to be. Like, just the laziest bumfuck, like, do nothing
I want this.
man child. What is happening? Something ain't clicking here. I don't know. I don't know, bro.
I think I will cook for him.
So wait, I was trying to figure out if he got banned. Or no, I was trying to see that he got banned. Asmongold has been banned from Twitch. Okay, wait, this is it.
Always,
What the hell
is
happened?
emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people, they have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids.
Huh?
It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fucked up, yeah. The ban came shortly after comments he made about the situation in how do you pronounce that? Ceuta? Ceuta?
Yeah, I'd shoot whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men,
That's
anybody, just shoot them.
Hello, Chrysanthemum. Sorry I've been a stranger. Hope you're well. I mean, I have been too, so I apologize as well. Welcome in. I bet Asmon is loaded. That probably helps. That is probably 2-week ban. That should be a perma. Why has he not been permanently banned? Think about, like, you're literally advocating for killing children. It doesn't get, like, much worse than that. Not really. Like, why do we still let him have a platform? Why? This is the problem with society, is that we let people like this open their mouths. And we not only let them, but we reward them for it. Like, this behavior is rewarded. That's how you know it's broken. Like, hello, am I getting through to anybody? He gets the same treatment as Hassan, TBH. You can talk about Hassan, fine, but like Hassan in my memory banks has never literally advocated for killing children. Except Hassan Bates. Hassan, he does look like a guy who keeps himself incredibly clean and well-groomed. I will give him that. This is insane.
They're going to stop coming over. Because if you don't do that, they'll use children and women as shields to get themselves over. And then they'll put more women and children at risk because they know that they can use them as collateral so they can get more of themselves over. That's the way.
You guys don't get it. No. Let me set up a very specific scenario in which it's okay to kill children. Just for funsies, you know? Let's just consider this for a second, right? Okay, when somebody... Here's the correct answer. Ready? When somebody asks if you'd be okay with killing children, the answer's no. It's pretty simple. The answer is no. No, we don't kill children. Nope. Don't do it. We don't do it. There are very, I'm sure you could come up with like very specific hypotheticals and even maybe real life scenarios where we do have to kill children. Okay? There are circumstances where children can be dangerous. This is true. But unless they... You're really gonna pull the trigger on a child, you, Asmongold? You would do that. You'd look a child dead in the eyes and shoot them. That's pretty fucking cold. Either that, right? I honestly give him too much credit. I don't think that he would. I think he talks a big game. I don't think he's got the stones to do that. So if he were directly put in the situation where it were him having to kill a child, I don't think he has the stones to do it. Which makes him slimy.
It works. That's the way an animal
He just
thinks.
wants other people to do it for him.
And these people are
so he can
animals.
sleep at night.
It's just the way it is. They're savages. Absolute fucking savages. Hamas tactics, terrorists.
Unlike me, Roachman, who hasn't cleaned my own room in decades.
Of course you
Let
don't
alone my own teeth. My own fucking, like, hair.
want to do that. Doesn't mean you want to do it. But you have to do what you need to do in order to enforce your borders, man. Like, that's the way it is. People are too emotional to see that. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, it's...
Too emotional.
You can't make decisions.
Oh, you want to... Oh, you're too emotional to kill a child? Well, that sounds like a skill issue, bro. What are you talking about? Too emotional to kill it? I'll kill 1,000 children before I let this country die. And I'll silence anyone who gets in my way.
That way, and I understand the way that I talk about this might be a little bit extreme. It might be a little bit, unemotional. I wish we had more people like me. I do. I wish we had more.
No, you don't. No, you can't wish that. He probably wishes that on like a conscious level, but like on a subconscious level, it's got it. Like, you have to understand, if there were more people like you, like one of you brings the magnitude of the value of this planet down. No, sorry. The value of this planet down several magnitudes. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, one of you, like the world, like, if you got your wish and there was like even just 10 of you, the collective quality of the world in which we live would noticeably dip.
Because we got too many pussies that are too worried about the optics of something rather than the reality of it.
Why? Like, I took such a... Okay. I took such a break from politics content that I come back to it. And I've been posting on Twitter. I've been scrolling Twitter because I'm, a big fan of self-harm. And I'm just amazed at, like, the things people say. And they can just say it. And not only can they just say it, they'll be rewarded for it. They're rewarded for it. And you can say that, oh, well, he got banned off of Twitch for this. Well, 2 weeks is not banned. That's a kick, okay? They kicked him for 2 weeks. Or a suspension, right? Discord, it's a kick. No, they suspended him for 2 weeks. That's like saying a kid got expelled for 2 weeks. No, an expulsion is like for a year. Or forever. Like, don't ever bring this kid back to our school type shit. Which is what Twitch should do with Asmongold. They should expel him. It's a mandatory vacation. I mean, he's not making money. Like, he can't generate revenue during the 2 weeks. I'm sure he has other ways of doing it. Like, he's got a Kick platform and a YouTube and whatever. So it's not a big punishment. It is a punishment. It's just not enough. Like, anybody who lets this man open his disgusting mouth on their platform is part of the problem. It's not hit, like, you addressed it with just a 2-week suspension. He's going to come back and say exactly the same shit. You know what it should be? It should be it should be force him to address the statement and retract it. Force him to retract the statement. Retract it. I think that that's a fine minimum. If he can at least just say, I retract my statements about killing children. Killing children is never acceptable. Right? I feel like that's the least that he could do. And then let him back. Otherwise, there's no lesson learned. 2 weeks? That's crazy. Where's Ceuta? Is that how you pronounce it? Ceuta? An autonomous city of Spain on the North African coast. News. Okay, so there was a border crisis with Morocco. How do you pronounce this?
Ceuta.
Ceuta. Three weeks after the mass arrival from Morocco, 18 migrants have been buried in numbered graves in Ceuta as a Moroccan NGO urges a halt to burials to identify and repatriate the bodies. With more than 90 people dead, led to more than 72,000 people entering the autonomous city from Morocco. Prayers are only marked in numbers to allow possible identification later. Muslim cleric who cited... Okay, so what happened? Many of the victims drowned or died in a stampede as they tried to cross a breakwater. So why were they coming in en masse? Deadly border rush. Something had to have caused that. People don't just fucking rush the border for no reason. Continue without supporting us. Shut the fuck up. Yes, continue without supporting you. In front of a dozen reporters and a handful of local people, a crew of gravediggers and disposable... Okay, I know, right, they're burying people. This is the same... Between 5,000 and 8,000 people remain in Ceuta after at least 72,000 people crossed from Morocco on July 30th. In a rush that left 82 migrants dead on the Spanish side of the border, with 14 more deaths confirmed by Morocco. Why? Okay. Can somebody explain? Humanitarian crisis in Ceuta. No peace in Ceuta. Approximately 72,000 people fled from Morocco to the Spanish North African exclave of Ceuta, thus into the EU. The migrants found no food or shelter and no way to reach the European mainland. As a result, approximately 70,000 people returned to Morocco. Over 2,000 remained and have now been living there for more than 3 weeks, mostly... This sounds very shitty. Migrants forced to settle on beaches. Many of the people who have remained in Suda have settled on the beaches, even though the photo may give the impression of a relaxed atmosphere. Life on the beach is anything but yeah. Like, I can't be on the beach for, like, more than an hour. I'll be a piece of bacon. Hell no. Many of the refugees are also living on the streets. Long lines for food. Many minors traveling without parents. So what's... Okay, so the rush of immigrants was because of a humanitarian crisis in Suda. So a bunch settled in Morocco. They can have criticized poor sanitary conditions. They accused the Spanish government of not doing enough. I don't know. In any case, probably not good to say that you would kill children.
Always, this is emotional.
The answer is no. No, it's not okay to kill children, actually. That's the answer that you give to that question. But yeah, this is the guy whose opinion we should pay attention to, right? It's good stuff. I've been seeing this going around.
Oh God, is this the woke one was crazy? Yeah, here we go.
And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's
and I think that what's important is that...
It's really important to keep in mind that the reason why it wasn't crazier, it's not because culturally they decided to change their minds. There was a massive societal backlash, and these people lost a huge amount of institutional power. The only reason why they're not doing this is we stopped them from...
Wait, haven't leftists been gaining institutional power lately? Like, DSA is on the rise. More people are joining it. It's DSA is in the national conversation. Like, the average dipshit knows what DSA is now, and that is a huge, like, even just from last year, that is like an enormous leap. Like, that's kind of insane. I've known about the DSA for years. I used to frequent visits. Well, not frequently. I did it like twice. But I've known about the DSA for years, and never did I think that it would expand to this size, such that Fox News is calling them terrorists. I'm just saying, like, for a shrinking faction, y'all seem pretty damn worried about us.
Doing this. Yeah, woke one was crazy. AOC 3 months ago. Oh, here we go. Black Americans created democracy.
And how Black Americans really created democracy.
Thank you. Thank you, Black.
Wait. What's the context of that? What's the context of that? You can... I just want to know what she meant. Do you care? Or are you just gonna like, oh, black people, they did everything good in the country. Like, the black people did a lot for our country, just so you know. Like... The nation is built upon the backs of black slaves. Let's be clear about that. Okay? So I just want to know what she means by that, because I genuinely don't.
Americans. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, the Greeks. Reparations soon.
That's exactly right. How they literally made something from nothing.
Is that they just lie. AOC is starting her journey freezing her eggs. Oh my God.
Don't be weird about this. Even though I know all of you will be. Okay.
Okay, I'm kind of like on the what the fuck is she doing side.
I'm not being worried about it. It is weird. No, I'm done.
No, it is kind of weird.
I'm out. I'm not gonna watch it. Oh, she broke up with her boyfriend. Oh, it's too bad. Goes on Hinge, calls her ex-fiance. Wait, what? Wait, we have her crashing out on a live?
By a loser, I mean someone who doesn't respect women, someone who doesn't respect you, someone who doesn't treat you well.
Honestly, like, yeah, I think this is a bad look. Yeah. No, I think this is a bad look for AOC. I think this is weird. You ain't got to be airing all this. Like, there needs to, okay, I understand, like, AOC is trying to be, like, the relatable hashtag, like, hashtag just a normal person, hashtag wants better things for society, and AOC is great. But, like, this is so not anything, like, why dump about your ex? Why? You're a fucking politician. That is not professional. You guys know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna get some flack on this probably, but like, there's a certain way that you have to carry yourself. I'm personally trying to carry myself a little bit more professionally, since I will be in a position of medical authority. You know, like, I want to make sure that I represent whoever I'm working for decently. And I just, like, this is very extra drama that, like, is not, I don't know. Is anybody even here?
Well, someone that doesn't support your growth as a human being. By a loser,
I fucked up. I stopped streaming for too long, and I lost everything. It's all gone.
It's so important we give her nuclear codes already.
Are you and Riley Roberts still together?
I don't comment on my private life.
Where did everybody go? I'm doing politics.
Is there anything at all you can tell us about the relationship?
No, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Man. You think she can run a country? You can't even get your dog right. I know what she needs. AOC's gonna...
Hold on.
No, I'm sorry.
Is there anything at all you can tell us about the relationship?
No, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Man. You think she can run a country? You can't even get...
The leash got stuck under his arm. I do that, like, all the time when I walk my parents' dog.
Your dog right. I know what she needs. AOC's gonna start throwing hands if y'all don't stop being weird.
Don't be weird. Don't be weird.
You don't get to say that, though, because you're kind of being weird.
Don't be weird. Pretty good, pretty good. And this bloating is before even the trigger shot.
I'm not going to say she can't do it. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and tell a woman what she can and can't do with her own body on a camera. But yeah, but like, why? But why? Why all this? Why? Like, I don't do that. I don't do that. Like, the worst I've done is post shirtless pics. And if it were just like AOC posting in like a sports bra after a workout, that'd be fine. Like, I have no problem with that whatsoever, because that is like just a normal thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's bodily improvement. That's positive. I like that. But like this, I can understand where she's coming from. I get it. Like, women's pride in their body, whatever. And you can even maybe make the argument that what she's doing is a positive thing and normalizing and whatever and yada yada, etc. But like, it's just, I don't know. Like, what is she trying to do here? She has to know how people already perceive her. You know? Like, is she trying to make it worse? Is she trying to get more eyes on her? Is this an attention grab?
It's just crazy to me that, like, so this girl breaks up with her boyfriend and she's immediately going on TikTok.
You know how she can get my attention, right? She can keep saying based things. Keep saying the good things. Like we have she called it a genocide in Gaza, right? Say that again. It's not hard. Just do the things you've been doing. Just say the things you've been saying. I don't want this. I never wanted to see your belly. Like, like, why? The oversharing is very weird. Exactly.
And then showing her body. That's crazy that it doesn't matter if you
TMI.
are a 18-year-old girl in college or you're a congresswoman. You're doing the same thing. AOC on Republican men.
They hate me because they ain't me and they can't ever be me.
I cannot wait for her to run for president.
It's just cringe. I'm sorry. It's a little cringe. This one's not as bad, but it's a little cringe.
AOC, oh no, is now projected to win the Democratic presidential nomination. Yes, bro. Yes, dude. Dude, this is like...
Don't get me wrong. I'll vote for her. No, absolutely. If she gets the nomination, I will absolutely vote for her. Like, that is the least the Democrats fucking owe us is AOC. That is the least they owe us. She's giving them ammo? Yeah. Yeah. Kind of. But, like, it's not so much that she's giving them ammo. That's part of it, for sure. But... It's more like... Like, even in the absence of like, the Republicans, why would I want my politicians doing this? You know? Like, why is this necessary? I don't give a shit about you or your body. Okay? I don't give a shit about AOC. Like, not really. Like, I hope she's doing well and whatever. She's not a bad person. But, like, at the end of the day, I don't give that much of a shit about her. You know what? I give a shit about her positions and what she'll do as a politician and to help people. Right? Like, that's her job. That's her job. There's already a low opinion of female politicians, unfortunately. And yeah, and there's a certain image that you need to present for yourself, and this just ain't it. This ain't it. Like, fucking, your constituents are not looking for this from you. I don't get the point. Maybe I'm being a hater. She's a free citizen. She can do what she wants. It's just like at a certain point, you got to question whether this is doing more harm than good for your reputation. If a man was doing this, would anyone comment on it or care? I think so. Like, if a man is, like, lifting up his belly and shit, like, lifting up his shirt like this. Like, it's one thing to have a shirtless picture of yourself for, like, body improvement shit, right? Like if you're a politician who exercises and you take a shirtless picture of yourself, I don't mind as much, you know? Or even if you don't exercise, I guess. Like, I guess that's just my personal bias. But, like, what am I trying to say here? I can recognize that I have some bias, but, like, it's... How do I describe this? I don't know. Societal sexism at play? Sure. I can recognize that. But, like, imagine a man doing exactly what she's doing with her belly and all that. I still wouldn't want to see it. I don't know. What is... Oh, shit. I cannot show that. I cannot show that. Thank God that I was not on this screen, because I cannot show that. Ain't no way I can show that. I don't think I would have gotten nuked, but, like, it would have been a big risk. It was just somebody giving somebody a haymaker. Okay, we did Kelly Cat again. We did Ass Mold. Was it deserved, though? I have no idea. I could do debates if you guys want. I could like see if people in platinum politics want to call in and debate. What are we feeling? Who's got a recommendation for what we should do? I'm putting it on you, chat. You, the viewer. Yes, you. It's your turn. It's your turn to pick where the stream goes. All you gotta do is type in the chat and get her on. And there you go. It's you. You are the star of the show. Yes, you, chatter. Yes, you. Yes, you, Jerry. There's nobody in here named Jerry. I could have actually said a chatter's name. It wouldn't have had the same impact, though, if it weren't, like, the first name. What's up, Simsamity? To the moon? Since you mention it, I actually have been watching a lot of space shorts on YouTube. They're fun. Like, let me see if I can find... Yeah.
In 2008, a strange new light suddenly appeared in the night sky. For anyone looking in the right direction, it looked almost like a new star had suddenly switched on. It
Jesus
remained
Christ
visible
is born.
for only a few seconds before fading away, leaving no obvious trace
Bethlehem one
behind.
starry night.
But this wasn't a star being born. It was something far more violent. The event was called GRB 080319b, a gigantic gamma ray burst produced by one of the most powerful explosions known in the universe. For a brief moment, the explosion became so incredibly bright that its visible light could actually be seen with the naked eye from Earth. And here's where the story gets truly strange. This explosion happened roughly 7.5 billion light years away. That means the light reaching our eyes in 2008 had been traveling through space for billions of years. In fact, when that light began its journey, Earth didn't even exist yet. The planet we call home would only begin forming billions of years later, long after this cosmic explosion had...
You know what's crazy? Okay, so every single person, every single thing that lives is the center of the universe, right? Like the center of all space and time. At every point in the universe, you are at the center. Like, because, like, the way that I experience, like, no two things can be in exactly the same space at exactly the same time, right? Like, that's not possible physically, right? You following me? So in the same way that applies to space, that also applies to time. None of us sit in exactly the same spot in time. Like, I am always, in my perception, ahead of you. Does that make sense? Like, because, like, the further out you go away from me, the further back in time you go from me. Right? So anything that you do a light year away from me is only going to matter or even reach me a year later. So you, relative to my position, are always in the past, no matter what distance you are away from me. Yeah, theory of relativity type shit. Which is insane to think about, because that means that the past is all around you all at once. It's insane.
It already happened. And then, after crossing an almost unimaginable stretch of the universe, that ancient light finally reached Earth on March 19th, 2008. For a few seconds, people looking up at the right moment weren't simply seeing a distant object.
I think in another life, I would have been an astronomer.
Light from a universe that existed long before our planet was born.
That's so crazy. I'm going to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space! Anyway, I've been looking at a lot of those. Didn't you want to talk about Lindsay Clancy? Do I want to get into that? I don't know. Do you guys want to get into that? That's depressing. Not that the state of politics isn't depressing on its own. Like, we're all... Lindsay Clancy is being charged with murdering her 3 children. And the defense is not that she didn't do it, it's that she did do it, but by reason of insanity. Essentially, they're blaming postpartum psychosis, and they're also trying to pin the blame on the healthcare providers for not doing a good enough job of medicating her properly, or like over-medicate or some shit like that. The biggest thing that means for me, as somebody who's going to be a psych NP, is I'm going to have to be very, very astute about my charting and why I am treating people the way that I am treating them. And just really make sure that, like, if anybody looks at why I did what I did, it makes perfect sense. Because apparently, and I haven't watched it yet, maybe we should watch it. The Tufts testimony. Oh, it's fucking 6 hours. Even the shortest one is like an hour and a half. Okay, this one's like 10 minutes.
See this, that you noticed that it did not say. Recross briefly. So one of the questions that prosecutor asked you pertained to whether or not you could reach out to a third party. You recall that question?
So Dr. Tufts is the person who was in charge of this woman's care, and they're essentially blaming her for not doing a good enough job at treating her postpartum psychosis.
Like mother, father, husband?
Yes.
And
essentially making her like the primary person and responsible for, you know, a woman killing her 3 children, which is insane. Like, there's no way. Go back down here.
Already on cross talked about that you didn't, and they didn't call you, but then the DA also raised that, and you said you didn't have HIPAA permission. You recall just telling that to the jury?
Yes, that was an additional detail.
All right. So what does that mean?
Well, HIPAA is the privacy law for patients, which we have to respect and honor very diligently. So we are not allowed to talk about a patient's treatment to anyone. We're not even allowed to say that they are a patient at our clinic unless they were to waive those HIPAA rights.
And she was very cooperative, would have been more than willing to have you talk to her mother and father and her husband.
Can't hear him.
Objection. Sustained.
Well, did you ever tell her, ask her to sign a HIPAA form?
So that was not the main reason why it wasn't done. It wasn't.
Did you ever ask her to sign a HIPAA form?
Oh, have you ever asked her to sign a HIPAA form?
Release, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I did not ask her to sign a release.
Form. Okay, no HIPAA release form.
And if she did sign the release, even though her mother, her father, her husband didn't call you, you could have then reached out to them, right?
I could have, but it is not typically something that is done when you have an adult patient who's able to speak for themselves.
Yeah, what is that? It's not typically done when?
When you have an adult patient who is able to speak for themselves.
My God, you don't call the parents that she's living with because they're helping her, or her husband?
No.
Because why? She's able to advocate for herself?
Yes.
That was her clinical judgment at the time, yes. Just because she then goes to... Wait, just because she then, like, her client then goes and murders somebody, that doesn't necessarily put that on her. She was just following HIPAA compliance laws.
Prosecutor yet again raises the issue of the marijuana. You recall that question?
Yes.
She wasn't smoking marijuana, was she?
She did not tell me she was smoking marijuana.
Did she tell you that she was using marijuana?
No.
Did she tell you that she was using gummies?
No.
Did she, because gummies in plural is what the DA asked you, right? That she was using gummies?
Yes.
Now, I asked you about getting access to the Women and Infants Hospital.
Now, if she, here's my first comment. If she is the psychiatric provider, she is responsible for knowing whether or not her patient is taking weed or gummies. She does have to know that. Now, if she wasn't told, that's like if she asked and the patient lies, that's one thing, right? You can't control for that. All you can do is report patient denies. Like we don't write patient is not smoking weed typically. I would say patient denies smoking weed. And then I would also say if she had a UDS drug screen done, the results align with that. Like it's not showing up positive for weed. This doctor sounds exhausted. I'm sure she fucking is.
Records, which you did not. Which you did not, right?
I did not.
And we already went over that. You could have, if you asked for them with a HIPAA form, right?
Objection. Didn't ask about those records.
I don't care if she asked about the records.
Beyond the scope.
Overruled. You can ask that question.
She asked you about marijuana gummies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer the Women and Infants Hospital records from Rhode Island dealing with Lindsay Clancy.
No objection.
Okay, they may be admitted.
I just want to look at them at some point to make sure it's a clean copy.
Sure, yeah. Before it goes to the jury, you can review it.
And it's important for it's important for a patient to be forthright when asked questions by their provider, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Always, your opinion found her to be forthright, right?
Yes.
If I could approach you with Exhibit 220, excuse me, and see the second paragraph. It begins in the middle of November.
I don't like this guy.
Read that first sentence.
In the middle of November, she tried taking a marijuana edible to help her sleep, which caused her to have increased anxiety and palpitations.
So, the records, if you had obtained them, you would have seen that it was not marijuana, it was not gummies, plural. It was one gummy that she tried, and it didn't work out, right?
Based on what I just read, yes.
Okay. Who was murdered? So, Lindsay Clancy, during an episode of postpartum psychosis, murdered her 3 children. I don't want to say murdered. I will say, it is pretty much accepted as fact that she killed them, right? Whether or not that will qualify as murder is up to the jury. Yes, allegedly. Because the jury is going to decide whether or not this was by reason of insanity. Which would mean that she's not technically being charged with murder. But even in that case, she's going to have to end up in a mental institution. The real problem now that we're trying to figure out is, were the healthcare providers responsible? And like, I mean, we still don't know whether or not she's like the verdict hasn't come out yet. We don't know.
Then you told us that there's a difference between a thought of suicide versus a plan of
Correct.
Suicide, one of which would result, in your words, were a commitment, right?
Yes.
Correct.
What does that mean? Thought versus plan equals commit.
Thought versus plan equals commitment? What does he mean by that?
Suicidal plan means that they are, you know, they know exactly what they're going to do to end their life, you know, what they're going to use, maybe when they're going to do it. They've researched it, and that presents an immediate threat, and that is something that would require hospitalization.
Right.
District Attorney had asked you also about the thyroid levels, and you indicated, or she indicated that they were in the low range at Mass General Hospital, Reed. Is that correct?
I thought she said they were normal.
Oh, I thought she said low, but normal or low. MGH, Mass General Hospital, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
District Attorney asked you whether or not they were thyroid reads. Do you remember that question?
She said her thyroid had been tested.
The question now is, do you remember that question that she asked you that you answered with no problem?
I do not like this guy at all. He's like a fucking movie villain, right? Like he reminds me of the guy from the Bees movie.
Yes.
Okay. And your response was that, my memory, to jurors' accounts, that it was low reads, MGH, and South Shore Hospital. Is that right?
I thought she said that it was normal, or within normal limits.
Almost fine. We'll go with normal. So your memory is that there were thyroid blood level reads of Lindsay Clancy from 2 healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
One would be Mass General Hospital, right?
Okay.
I don't remember exactly. I think she said yes. I think she said Mass General.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you remember where the other hospital healthcare provider was?
It might have been South Shore.
Why is he testing her on her fucking memory? I wouldn't be able to remember what fucking hospital my patient got their last. That's one patient. Like, what are you talking about? Why are we testing her memory? That is not fair.
Know what date those were?
No.
Those are old reads, weren't they?
I don't know.
One of the things that the district attorney asked you about on a number of occasions that seems to be important is if the person that you're treating has, I guess, what do they call it, pressured speech?
Yes.
And you told us repeatedly that you never detected that Lindsay had pressured speech, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Looking at the record from October 21st, would you...
Oh, no.
Objection is writing
I don't
on
want
this.
them to get her, but they might.
I'll ask her to just look at it.
Might take a look at it, and if you want
I'm
to...
guessing the lady at the stand was a healthcare person. This is Dr. What's her name? Dr. Tufts. This is her psychiatrist, I believe.
Get the actual exhibit, we could do that.
All right. So forget all about my sloppy writing. I'm looking here on October 21st of 22. Is that correct, right up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you just read this paragraph here for us?
Okay, so recall we're talking about pressure. There was no pressured speech, no evidence of pressured speech.
No sleep last night. Falls asleep after 40 minutes. Heart racing, severe anxiety, worrying about kids, baby, sleep. Yawns but not drowsy. Not hyper, pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
No, I heard about this part. Oh, no. Oh, God. They got her on a fucking typo. Like, not even a typo. Like, what she was trying to say is...
Hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
Wait, when did you see this that you noticed that it did not say not?
I don't care what it's...
Okay, so again, like, now we're just going to have to be extra... Like, this is going to affect psychiatric charting forever. Like, we're going to have to be extraordinarily specific and precise anytime that we chart anything. Otherwise, shit like this could happen to us.
says, I know what I meant.
Well, when you wrote this, you did not say not pressured speech. You said in the medical record, pressured speech, right?
No.
Does it say that?
Yep.
She's not lying to you, bro. She meant no pressured speech. Come
The word
on.
is the word not is right before not hyper comma pressured speech.
Right,
The two
so
are following
what
the
does a comma mean
not.
to you? When you put down in a medical record, heart racing, comma, severe anxiety, comma, worried about kids, comma, baby, comma, sleep, comma, yawns but not drowsy, period. Not hyper, comma, pressured speech. That's what you wrote, right?
She did not have
Did you
pressured
write
speech.
that, doctor?
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note.
Am I reading this correctly, and the jury will be able to look at it, that you put not hyper, comma, pressured speech?
Oh my god. The fucking restraint it must take. Isn't the onus on her to make sure her record is accurate? Yes, I understand that. But she's not lying. She's not lying. Like, should she have been more specific in her charting? You can argue that. But what they're trying to say is that she did have pressured speech. And that's an important point, I guess, of a contention in this trial.
Did I read that right?
They're basically trying to paint her as incompetent.
Yes, but your interpretation is incorrect.
As opposed to yours?
She wrote it. She knows what she meant by it.
Go ahead.
Just in regards
I'd be like, are you questioning whether or not she had pressured speech? Because I'm telling you now she did not.
what was raised there.
Yes, just two brief issues.
Oh my God.
Continue with your records from October 21st, 2022.
Yes, I believe he's representing Clancy, yes.
The section labeled speech, where there are all the boxes where you can put pressured, word salad, all of the different things. What do you check off for speech on October 21st, 2022?
Appropriate.
See?
And defense asked you about the thyroid levels. Was it...
That's why, like, we chart the way we do.
Would it be accurate to state that I asked
Fucking
you
human
if you
error
were
there.
aware that her levels were normal at South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital?
Yes.
And your answer was no, correct?
No, I was not aware.
Because you don't have those records, correct?
Correct.
So this is the cross-exam... I'm not a court person. This is a cross-examination, right? Where the defense is, like, going back to, like, I don't know.
Thank you.
Do we have any clue as to how old they were?
I don't know. You're asking me about something I never saw.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything further?
Damn.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
That's wild. I feel for her, man. They're like, it's already bad enough to have a client that did that, right? But now, like, you're being put under the fucking microscope. Oh my God. I like, just imagine the fucking gut drop, dude. I gotta be careful. I gotta be fucking careful. Like, even with, I'm even considering going back and, like, pruning some of my content just because, like, I gotta be very careful. The pedantry on display is whack. They really were getting her on some crazy shit. Like, she clarified. Like, there was a box where it's for speech. She checked normal. That demonstrates that she is not charting that there is pressured speech. She's true to her word. The defense called her up and now the prosecution is cross-examining. Thank you. I feel bad for him because the true crime girlies are going to eat him alive. Oh, what, the defense? Or not the defense, the prosecutor? The defense. Sorry, I'm getting it wrong. The prosecutor was cross-examining her. Right? The defense called her up. Because the person on trial is Lindsay Clancy. Sorry, I got it backwards. The old guy's the defense. I don't like him. I don't like him. The vibes are, I understand he's doing his job, but the vibes are crazy. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm watching this and I'm like, this asshole, this fucking asshole is just getting a gotcha. He's getting a gotcha. Like, he's like, look, oh, like, the fuck you mean? Like, she's explaining herself now. He wanted to call up other women that suffered from PPD and PPP to prove his point, which the judge denied. That's kind of whack. Look, I am sympathetic to Lindsay Clancy a little bit, okay? A little bit. Like, or not, I shouldn't say Lindsay Clancy. Like, I should say people who have suffered from postpartum psychosis in general, right? Because she did. She suffered from postpartum psychosis, whether she comes out a murderer or not. Now, can you be considered a murderer while you are experiencing postpartum psychosis? Yeah, I think so. I think there's a scenario, like, but it's really hard to untangle that because you do a lot of shit that you wouldn't have done otherwise when you're literally disconnected from reality. That's why we have insanity pleas. Please. But at the same time, I don't think that it was the healthcare provider's fault. I have no sympathy for her. I understand. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. I truly don't know. What I do know is that the conversation that I have seen surrounding this verifies to me that we are going to continue to churn out more Lindsay Clancy's. And they will continue getting in trouble. The system that created Lindsay Clancy will not be fixed. That's what I'm getting from this. More than anything. I don't want more Lindsay Clancy's, period. You can call her a murderer, you can say she was suffering from psychosis of the worst kind, and that's why she did it. I don't want more of it. I don't want more of it, and that's the bottom line. But nobody gives a shit enough about that part. And so now we're all arguing over whether she, like, meant to do it or whether she was psychotic when she did it. Like, I don't know. Only she can ever really know what was in her heart of hearts when she did that. Alls I know is I don't want it to happen again. And I think we can all fucking agree on that, you know? I wish we could all just fucking agree on that and really try to get to the root of why it happened and stop it from happening again. That's all. In my non-expert opinion, her story does not seem like she didn't pre-plan it. I feel bad she suffered from the mental distress, but I think she was lucid. It's possible. I don't know. I'm not her doctor. You know? Like, at what point do you just say every murderer is psychotic? Every murderer is so disconnected from reality that they think the solution to their problem is to kill this person. Right? I mean, you know, to some extent, you could say that about every murderer. So I'm very sympathetic to every side of this equation for various reasons. I just fucking wish that people would understand that the most important element here is to keep this from happening again. You know, and we're kind of failing as a fucking race if we let it happen again. Fool me once, shame on you, right? But nobody fucking cares about fixing the problem, so whatever. Whatever. That's just lawyer vibes, I guess. There's an argument that no one would be in a sound state of mind to kill children, but that isn't how we legally define it. I don't know. Like, I mean, what kind of brain does it take to be able to kill a child? You know, you got to be fucked up somehow. I can't imagine that you're in like the mentally healthy state of mind, right? Is every case of child murder a case of insanity? Who's to say? That's why I say I don't know. I don't know what's in her heart of hearts. I really don't. All I know is I don't want it to happen again. Whatever it takes to keep it from happening again, do that. Mental illness is hard. It's really hard to objectively measure. Exactly. Like, most of the medications we prescribe for mental health care, we have no fucking idea how they work. We just know they do. We have guesses. You know, we think that serotonin is implicated in depression. We have good evidence for that. But we, like, with the SSRIs, we only have guesses as to why they work the way they do. Like, it takes like 2 weeks at least, 2 to 4 weeks for its onset to kick in. And during that 2 to 4 week period, you are at a higher risk for suicide. And we don't know the exact chemical reason for why that is. And they don't work for everyone. There's like a 50% success rate with SSRIs. I've been on Seroquel since I was a teen. I'm worried I'll have a bad effects in old age. We just don't know. You know, that's something that we weigh out. It's possible, but like, you know, there's lots of things that'll give you bad effects in old age, like running. We just do a risk-benefit analysis. I just know right now when I'm unmedicated, I'm not good at all. Yeah, and that's something you weigh out, you know? Like, okay, could this potentially give this person liver damage when they're like 70? Yeah, sure. You know, it's not the best thing for your liver. But you have a healthy liver, and that is a risk that we've taken into account and decided that it is low enough that for right now, we're going to throw you on this medication. You know? And if you develop some kind of liver disease, we'll take you off immediately. We get liver blood tests, right? Albumin and shit. I forget the exact ones, actually. I don't think albumin's one. I should know that. Liver function tests, basically. My mom had to stop lithium even though it worked for a long time because it affected her liver. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, it happens, but you weigh that out. The lithium helps in the meantime. Maybe one day it fucks up your liver a little bit. Maybe. Maybe you'll get into a car accident driving to work tomorrow. That's a lot more likely in some cases. You still drive to work. I mean, right? Like, I'm not, like, that's not an inaccurate statement. Good thing I don't work tomorrow. Fuck you. Fuck you. I do. But I've got the rest of today, so whatever. The good thing is I don't work on Saturday. I switched Saturday to Monday. Like next Saturday. Or I guess it'd be this Saturday, because today's Sunday. Anyway. We got something else to react to. Actually, I'm going to take a break real quick, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll react to something.
Everybody flow with me. This is your boy Knuckles, and this is Aquatic Mind. Come on, y'all. Let's take a dive in Aquatic Mind. Once was a cold pit, but now it's a water ride. Makes you wanna sit back, enjoy the life, and do things you like doing, get to shine. It's your bees fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. I stay knuckled up, I'm in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna cut me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. I'm in narrow roadways, running like it's a ball game. Hand tracks be tracking me to different doorways. In a maze, and I don't know what to do. Guaranteed though, I'ma find the emeralds. Don't call me Knuckles for nothing, I get loose. Sure bees fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. Stay knuckled up in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna throw me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. Don't call me Knuckles, give me a box. Let's take a dive in Aquatic Mind. Once was a cold pit, but now it's a water ride. Makes you wanna sit back, enjoy the life, and do things you like doing, get to shine. It's your bees fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. I stay knuckled up, I'm in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna cut me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. I'm in narrow roadways, running like it's a ball game. Hand tracks be tracking me to different doorways. In a maze, and I don't know what to do. Guaranteed though, I'ma find the emeralds. Don't call me Knuckles for nothing, I get loose. Sure bees fighting with them foes all the time, but I gotta do it, they always stay out of line. Sometimes I wanna just chill and land, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems. Stay knuckled up in a deep cut. I'm seeing skulls that burn, they tryna throw me off. Avoiding my luck, I'm feeling kinda stuck. Don't call me Knuckles, give me a box.
I'm back. AC made me a little cold, made me a little chilly. Had to get my jacket. This is probably my favorite piece of clothing right here. The nice jacket. I got it, I think, for 25 bucks at the thrift store. Like, I got a good deal on this fucking thing. And it has lasted, I think it's going on 2 years now. Best thing I ever bought. Pound for pound, I think, like, if I had to point at one thing and be like, this is the greatest deal of mankind, it would be this jacket. This is the greatest deal ever made by man. Too many people tend to distrust mental health care because of how different people react to treatments. It's understandable. It's so understandable. I get why people do not trust psychiatrists or mental health care. I get that. But, like, come on. Give us a break, brother. Like, it's the fucking brain. Like, this isn't just medicine. It's fucking philosophy at that point. Like, we're really doing the most. You're talking about deep philosophical questions that, like, we've never really been able to contend with. Like, what is evil? Like, is this person doing bad things because they're medically unstable or because they're an asshole? It's your job to figure it out, buddy. And then we're just like, oh, we'll do our fucking best, I guess. And then we get put under the fucking microscope when shit hits the fan. Like, I'm sorry, that's not fair. That's not fair to us. Like, it's a monumentous task to fix somebody's mental health problems. Monumental. You don't just give them a pill like you do with I'm sorry. Sometimes it's with other parts of the body, it's literally just a matter of giving them a pill. It can even sometimes be that way with the brain. But is it that way most of the time? No. Most of the time, it's a pill plus other, like, various treatments. Sometimes not a pill at all. Therapy. Like, we literally... Do you guys know what existential therapy is? Existential therapy. This is medicine. We consider this medicine. A form of talk therapy that helps you understand how you fit into the world. You and a therapist will explore how your choices influence your future. You may choose this type of therapy if you experience anxiety, fear, or addiction. What other field of medicine deals with, like, existentialism? Like, my purpose in life? Psychiatrists, part of our job is to help you see the fucking purpose of being alive. That's part of our job. We just have to do that. Sometimes it's literally a matter of, how can I make this person understand the meaning of life? Do you know how hard that is? Like, I'm not exaggerating. No other field of medicine deals with shit like that, okay? Our job is easier in a multitude of ways. We don't have to do surgery, right? We're not hands-on, typically. You know, there is, like, therapeutic touch and shit. But we're not hands-on. Like, we get blood pressure sometimes, that's it. We get vitals. We get vital signs. Easy peasy. Fine. I'll grant that. Sometimes it's literally just a matter of talking through people's problems and it's not that deep. Sometimes that's the case. But man, do not, like, try to sit here and tell me that it's my fault if something goes wrong. Necessarily. It could be. It could. But, like, you're gonna point the fucking laser beam at me? The guy who's just trying his best to fix this... Not fix this person, but, like, kind of, right? I don't think of it as fixing people. I think of it as putting them on a more positive trajectory, a healthier trajectory, maximizing their outcomes. But it's hard. It's very hard. You know, people aren't always willing to open up. Like, you have to literally fight people against their own mind. You have to tell people, like, no, your mind is playing tricks on you. You are playing tricks on yourself, essentially. And you have to put it in such a way that makes sense to people, and they'll actually listen to. I find psychiatry interesting, but the pressure we put on the experts in the field is crazy. Yes, exactly. My last therapist put me off of therapy. I hadn't had therapy in a few years, and the one time I decided to get back into it, the therapist asked about my chest size at my second telehealth appointment and asked for a selfie. Nuh-uh. No, that is... No. No. There's no way. Like, straight up fire them. Why was your therapist asking about your chest size? What relevant... Like, did you bring it up? Also a selfie? Why? For why, I ask? What... I like... I'm not saying it's impossible for a therapist to say, hey, send me a selfie, and it's like for a therapeutic value, but you're already... Like, you're already treading very thin ground there. The only justification I can give is because I mentioned top surgery. Okay. Okay, so what was the question then? Like, was it... Because there is, like, if you mention top surgery... Like, if you just bring that up casually, I might tap into that a little bit and be like, okay, like, how are you feeling since that? But it wouldn't be, like, a question regarding... Unless you bring up the size. Are you... He asked, are you busty? Are you busty? Is he, like... Is he, like, a 1940s, like, old man? Oh boy, she sure is busty. That's crazy. All it takes is one bad therapy experience to sour someone. I guess, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds exactly like a Seinfeld bit. It kind of does. That's wild. Taking over the universe. I'm taking over your world. I'm taking over everything from you. Give me your phone. The news is mine. They had a session with the resurrected Freud, I guess. I don't think Freud would ask that to his patients. Like, he was a weird dude sometimes, but, like, he meant well. He had a pretty fucking radical idea. You know, it's not like everybody was immediately willing to eat up that, like, all of our problems are based in our sexual nature from the age of fucking 2. You know? Like, that's a pretty bold theory to put out there. That's... You gotta have some stones to come out with that one, you know? I give him credit for that. I think he was being honest. I think that everything that he put out, he really thought. Like, he's like, I'm solving the human mind. You know what I mean? And not all of it was wrong either. We still reference it. I'm just saying. Anyway, should we do another react? Who's got a nice juicy react segment? I do have this video up. How racial self-hatred infected my family and shaped my worldview. We could do this. What's this one again? Oh yeah. AOC being weird. JK Rowling being weird. Let's just see if it's any good. It's the only thing I got up.
A very personal video. About 3 or 4 years ago was the last time I saw my grandmother.
Let me see if I can get a read on this guy. The Lads Club with 9,000 subscribers. How many views this got? 86K. That's enough for me. I talk about race, ethnicity, history, religion, relationships, society, psychology, and more. You had to put race first? Like, race had to be first. He's like, oh, okay, top 10 things I'm interested in. Number 1, race. S tier. S tier. Psychology, I might put a little bit below that. Okay, we've got a pretty good read on him.
It's a good thing that middle-aged white men are killing themselves in this country.
Who said that?
She didn't say it with
who said that?
And one of the last words she said, this is going to be a very personal video. About 3 or 4 years ago was the last time I saw my grandmother. And one of the last words she said was, it's a good thing that middle-aged white men are killing themselves in this country.
Queen shit. Honestly, mic drop. Far be it from me, just a male, right? To tell a slay queen what she can and cannot say. All right? Honestly, slay.
She didn't say it with irony or with parody or any kind of sarcasm. She said it with actually an incredible amount of venom. And my grandmother was always liberal. She was always progressive. That's just how I grew up. So I didn't think it was abnormal.
Okay.
But I think a lot of people in my family, especially myself.
Yeah, and my grandma pointed at a couple of gay people and was like, I think they got the AIDS. Okay, what's your point? Real story, by the way. But, like, what's your point? Like, okay, I still love my grandma. But, like, yeah, she's a little homophobic. What about it? And?
Saw her views accelerate in the 2010s, and particularly after 2020, to the point of complete hatred towards white people, and towards herself and to her own family, because obviously we are white.
Oh, no.
To the point that she wants the oblivion and the destruction of the white race. She wants...
Okay, we know... Okay, so, like, guys with daddy issues, right? They become femboys. Guys with, like, I shouldn't say... But this is the stereotype, right? Like, guys with daddy issues become femboys. Guys with mommy issues become Nazis, right? Like, that's the stereotype. Like, what do you become when you have grandma issues? Right? No offense to Kanye or other femboys out there. I'm not trying to denigrate you, but that is the stereotype. And it's kind of funny.
Genocide, at least the slow genocide of low fertility and mass migration, that white people should be punished.
Old people aren't a little homophobic. My grandma particularly is. Okay, and I'm not saying that that's a good thing. I'm just saying it was very funny that one time.
That white people should suffer. Because it's not been the first time she said something
like
that, but this definitely was the worst thing I'd heard coming out of her mouth. Not something you want to hear around Thanksgiving. She had screamed in my face saying that Christopher Columbus did not discover America.
Dude, fucking yelling about Christopher Columbus over the Thanksgiving turkey. My God. I just... like, this... Okay, I don't do this with family anymore, okay? Like, I used to, but, like, why? Like, don't... I don't know. Like, there are legitimate reasons I understand why people cut off family members over this shit. You know, like, at a certain point, it becomes too much. I get it. And you're entitled to do what you will with your own relationships. It's not my business. At the same time, right, I think it benefits everybody to just enjoy each other's company for a while, right? Like, there's other shit to talk about. I'm just saying. And obviously, I don't want to under talk like the transphobia and homophobia that exists in families as well. There are oftentimes very abusive situations, and I'm not minimizing that whatsoever. But what I am saying is, Christopher Columbus, that's going to be the hill you die on Thanksgiving Thanksgiving Day, over the Thanksgiving fucking turkey. Come on. Come on.
Was happy that
leave it alone.
White children are learning to hate themselves in the school curriculum. If we went to an area where there was a lot of white people, one day we were visiting Rye, New Hampshire.
There were so many white
she
people.
Said, There's
I was
nothing
so
but
happy.
white people here. There's nothing but white people here. Why is that a problem?
Yeah, that's kind of it's kind of annoying to say that. Yeah, I think it speaks largely to like where were they at?
White people here. If we went to an area where there was a lot of white people, one day we were visiting Rye, New Hampshire. She said, "There's nothing but white people here. There's nothing but white people here."
Just keep in mind that like this, what he's describing, he's basically saying informs all of his politics, which is insane. Like your crazy liberal grandmother, you let that take control of the things you believe and do and say on the fucking internet. Come on, man. That's
Why
ridiculous.
Is that a problem?
But your dead grandmother, like, here, I'll put it this way. The phantom of your dead grandmother lives rent-free inside of your brain.
Her moment of realization was a year prior. As I've mentioned in other videos, I was once married to an Indian woman. I was very good to her. She had immigration troubles. She got
Despite what you may believe based on everything I've already said, I was very kind to her.
Hard because of me. I financially supported her. For the first year, she didn't have a job. She had
famously, white supremacists never marry outside of their own race. That's not a thing they do.
I was nothing but good to her. She did very well when I was
not calling him a white supremacist yet. I'm not saying that. I'm just pointing out, you know, it's not doing him any favors to mention that.
To her. It was under my impression we agreed to have children at some point, but she kept dodging the question, and so I said, "You can't dodge the question anymore. I'm leaving. I'm out."
Okay. Wait, hold on.
My impression we agreed to have children at some point, but she kept dodging the question, and so I said, "You can't dodge the question anymore. I'm leaving. I'm out."
Oof, he was ready. He was ready to go. He's like, "Okay, it's time for babies. It is time to reproduce, ma'am. Okay, are you in or out? Please." That's valid. It, like, honestly, there is some validity to that where it's like, okay, if you're under the impression that you were going to have kids at some point soon and she keeps dodging, sure, yeah, you know.
Some people aren't particularly honest when you're having heavy conversations early on in a relationship. A lot of people criticize me. How come you didn't come to an agreement with children early on? We did. Okay. I could have been more clear. I could have extracted more details of what's the time limit, how many children, so on and so forth. Yes, and I definitely recommend doing that. But anyways, when I realized
me and Katie don't got a time frame yet. We're like, we're just like, let me get through school first.
When I revealed the news to my grandmother that we were separating, they were initiating the divorce, and it was over the issue of having children, her reaction.
Oh no, she was like, "Oh, you divorced a woman of color?" Oh, and she immediately reached for the vagina hat. She was like, okay, the I'm with her t-shirt is going on. You understand me, young man? This is unacceptable. You, I cannot believe you would colonize that woman of color and just decide she wasn't worth owning anymore. How dare you? Misogynist, and I'm going to also say somehow that this is homophobic.
Well, you shouldn't be having children at all. How dare you?
Somehow
that's no reason to have a divorce. You should just support your wife and whatever she says and whatever she does. And if she doesn't want to have children, then you're not having children. You don't have a say in the matter. Her reaction, again, was full of venom. It was as if I said that I wanted to, like, force her.
She said no rights for men. Men do not get to decide whether or not they have children. Nope.
To have my child. And I said, no, I want someone who genuinely wants to have a child.
We always talk about government-mandated wives. What about government-mandated hubbies? Government-mandated house husbands. There you go. Now that's an idea I can get behind, right? And there's a draft, too. You have to sign up. You have to.
Child with me. That point did not get through to her head. She immediately, after the phone call, reached out to my ex-wife and essentially apologized to her.
His reason isn't necessarily a bad one, but I highly doubt the timeline of events here. I'm saying if this is why he's a fucking racist, if he is a racist, I don't know yet. He did have an Indian wife, sure. Okay? So, like, we'll see where this is going. But what I'm getting from this is, like, here, what's the title of the video? How racial self-hatred infected my family and shaped my worldview. And he's talking about his crazy liberal grandma. Like, why did you let that impact you? You know? Like, that's kind of weak.
Her. It's very clear at that point that I was the big bad white man.
You still are letting that impact you.
That there's nothing I could do right in this world. And then she was this pure, innocent little brown girl. That she was the victim. It is crazy at times to say
that's shitty.
That's her worldview, but that is her worldview. That white men are evil, white people
that's
are
shitty
bad,
and annoying.
we're evil, we're to be punished. And the black and brown and other darker skinned people are always victims, are always innocent.
Also, for some reason, I don't believe him.
They could do no wrong. They shit rainbows and piss.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and treat him as though he's telling the truth, but come on, like, this is very silly.
Gold.
This is like, thanks for the gold kind stranger levels of Reddit made up shit.
I know that, again, it could sound strange if you've never really been close to that kind of person, but it is 100% true. My grandmother, to go further, I lived with my grandmother briefly after college. I paid her rent when I lived with her. Several years later.
Also, no, like, okay, a good story needs to be like, no, I'm not going to say that because there's plenty of cases where, like, it wouldn't be both people's fault. But, like, all I'm saying is, like, he has not done any, like, introspection at all here. Like no, like, this speaks to everything is her fault. Everything is everyone else's fault. There's a very external locus of control here.
She was one of those people who brought migrants into her own home. She brought into Afghan women into her home. They did not pay rent. They got free. Do you understand? Now, my grandmother had 3 boys.
So he was paying her rent and she let 2 other people into the home? Well, I guess, like, hold on.
I know that, again, it could sound strange if you never... White people are bad. We are evil. We are to be punished. And the black and brown and other darker skinned people are always victims, are always innocent. They could do no wrong. They shit rainbows and piss gold. I know that, again, it can sound strange if you've never really been close to that kind of person. But it is 100% true.
Brother, loosen up. Come on, it's not all that.
My grandmother, to go further, I lived with my grandmother briefly after college. I paid her rent.
Okay.
When I lived with her. Several years later, she was one of those people who brought migrants into her own home. She brought in 2 Afghan
how dare her.
women
how dare
into
she.
her home. They did not pay rent. They got free.
So this was 2 years after you were were you still paying rent for her? Like, were you paying for those migrants to live there? Because if that's the case, I see your point. But, like, if she's now paying her own rent and she's not breaking lease, then I don't see the problem. She's doing them a service. I've let somebody live with me before. Like, sometimes that's just the situation in which people find themselves, and if you have the room to accommodate them, you do. Oh no, she did a good deed. How dare she?
Do you understand? Now, my grandmother had 3 boys. My father, who's the oldest, and my 2 uncles. She treated them pretty poorly throughout their whole lives. She made them compete against each other.
Oh, no.
She withheld affection.
He's inherent. Okay, I see the dynamic here at play now. This is not just mommy issues. This is inherited mommy issues. Okay, so we've cracked the code. This is what happens when you have grandma issues. It's layered on top of the mommy issues, right? Because you feel like you're basically fighting for your father's honor, right? Like, how dare she denigrate my... Like this is a rare breed right here.
She's just a very cold, calculating person. All 3 of them fought for her affection. To this very day, she's still alive. They still do. They're middle-aged or beyond middle-aged. They still are desperate for her affection that she will never hand out. All 3 of them are very successful.
Oh my God.
In their careers, in business.
Inherited mommy issues.
And I believe none of them really feel like they are good enough, which is sad.
I mean, yeah, that kind of sucks, I guess.
No one in the family seems to realize that we are a family in decline. No one's having children. What's going to become of our bloodline?
Okay, there we go. Come on. What are you talking about? You yourself were going to have children with an Indian woman. They would no longer be white. So what's the disconnect here? Like, you loved an Indian woman enough to want to have kids with her. What changed? In fact, you wanted kids with her so bad that you divorced her because she didn't want them yet. Which is your right to do. I'm just spelling out that, like, you were not part of the solution there. I bet she left him. Maybe. I'll take his word for it. Listen, I'm trying to be as gracious as possible. But even being as gracious as possible, like, when you start bringing up the fucking white bloodline, I'm like, okay, you've lost me. That's not real. That's a fairy tale. Like literally Harry Potter shit. You're like a Slytherin from Harry Potter. I guess I shouldn't make that reference. I have a large trans following.
Again, when the matriarch
sets
the tone,
like Harry Potter
my grandmother,
shit. It's fantasy.
And she hates white people, and she wants us to disappear, then it makes sense the decisions made within the families follow that script. It's not to say that I don't think my father hates white people. He's much more moderate.
My father,
or even his brothers. All of his brothers were definitely closer to her politically than my father was. My father was definitely a little more. My mother was quite conservative and kind of drifted him further to the center. I had a hard time with his brothers. His brothers are pretty anti-white.
I don't believe him anymore. I don't. Come on, really? What do you mean anti-white? What are you talking about? Come on, be specific. Like, really? Like, there are people out there who are like, white people. Like white people who are like, I fucking, like, there are certainly people, like, I guess it's not impossible, but, like, I don't buy it.
Boggles my mind. Why? How come does no one care about, I don't know, our families?
I don't buy that it's a real problem.
Our own future as a people?
As a people? Which ones? Which white people are you referring to? The Germans? The Italians? The fucking Europeans? The English? The Scottish? Some people would argue that I'm not white because I'm Germanic. That used to be known as swarthy. Like, what do you mean by white people? It seems to be this ever-expanding enigma. We're even including some white Hispanics now. When was that a thing? Well, you see, the more we discriminate, the more we have to let people in. It's a self-defeating system.
It seems to be unlimited, infinite empathy for people, and it's always people who are furthest from us. It's not the Christian migrant, it's the Muslim migrant that needs the most help. It's not the poor white person or even a poor person with some European heritage like Latino. It's someone who is halfway across the world that needs the most help.
Sometimes
Always.
that's the case.
I asked my grandmother, oh, why are you helping Afghan migrants? Because it's through her church. Are they Episcopalian?
How dare she?
Oh, no.
How dare she, first of all?
Are they Christian? Oh, no. What are they? They're Muslim. Why is an Episcopalian church helping Muslims?
How dare they? How dare those Christians step outside of denominations to ensure other people are well? How dare they? That's un-Christ-like. Christ has never... Haven't you ever heard the story of the Bad Samaritan? Excuse you.
Come into the United States. Now, of course, I already
the
knew
famous
the
proverb
answer
of the Bad Samaritan.
because I attended church services with her. They are the most politicized sermons you will find in the country. I've gone to conservative churches. They don't actually talk about politics that much. You go to a Latin mass, you go to a very conservative Catholic church or non-denominational church.
That is so not true, by the way. There's this church, I shouldn't say which one. There's a mega church near me, and they have, like, they literally put up political statements. They're not supposed to. They're supposed to lose their fucking funding. But they do. Like, they have a big mega board or whatever it's called, where they put, like, I think that I've only ever remember them doing it once, I think. It was something about abortion, I think. But they have, is the point. And they do.
If they do talk about politics, it's just sort of like pray for the unborn, pray for the end of abortion, and then they move on.
See,
like it's the lightest touch on a token subject that they like to talk about: sexual morality, abortion, that sort of thing, and then they move on.
We just want to make sure we touch on the fact that women don't have rights. Anyway, moving on.
Church is literally the whole sermon is about politics, and almost every sermon. And it is paranoia. It is a fantasy world. I remember going to a church one time, and the first few lines is, our world is in a state of decay. There are white supremacists prowling our streets at night with firearms, ready to kill minorities. That was the story.
I cease to believe you. There's too much... No, I don't believe you anymore. Come on, no. I refuse to give you the benefit of the doubt any longer. That there is not a church doing this. No, there's not. You made it up. You made it up. And your grandma, really? And like your two uncles? Come on. No, it's just not true. What you are saying to me is not the truth. Dig deeper. What is actually happening here? What are you suppressing about these memories? Okay? Or are you just lying? Which one is it? And if you are lying, why? Tell the truth.
Started the sermon.
What was your grandma
I'm not
really
exaggerating.
Like?
And I looked over to my grandma going like, what are you talking about?
Believe you.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about? And she goes, oh, yes. These people do not live in reality.
I mean, yeah, ICE, right? Like, they kind of are prowling the streets. I just saw a fucking video of this lady getting pulled out of a doctor's office during a procedure by ICE. So yeah, there are white supremacists patrolling the streets, actually.
They actually live in the inversion of reality oftentimes. They definitely think that white men are the most dangerous demographic in America. And they believe in their souls. And I know, because I've been treated as such within my own family. Oh, but blacks, Hispanics, Arabs, Islamists, they're just wonderful. They're children of God. The king of the saints.
Why do you keep yourself miserable? Does he not understand, like, how miserable he's making himself? This is not a healthy state of mind. This is not like a mentally healthy person right here. Okay? Guys, stop. Cease with this nonsense. Let it go. Close your eyes and take a deep breath, okay? Do some Om action, you know, like get your chakras in order. It's all going to be okay, brother. There is no boogeyman out there coming after the cishet white guys. There's not. Not unless they advocate for the rights of non-majority groups, usually. Okay? You're fine.
I'm not lying. I wish I was.
Like, if these are your real problems, you don't have real problems.
I wish I was. I am so...
You don't have real problems.
I'm not a jealous person by nature. I don't play the victim card by nature. But there's one thing I'm jealous...
Do you do anything wrong ever? Is there a single thing in your life that you've done wrong? I challenge you. I challenge you on that. A single thing you've done wrong. Please, name one.
...of is a loving family. Because that's not something I got.
This is... He's got to be doing a bit, right? Right? Like, this is a bit. No. This is like shit that you would see like somebody do satire. It's gonna be a bit. It's gonna be a bit. Like, the longer this goes on, the more I believe it's a bit.
I received an incredible amount of hatred growing up. It was wrong. It is destroying my family. It's destroying so many other families.
This is real.
I'm sorry that I get carried away emotionally. But when I revisit these memories, and there's so many of them, there are so many of them, it just takes me there. I don't know what else to say.
Here's the nice thing about the stream. If this were in a psychiatrist's office, I'd have to look at this guy dead in the face and just, Yep. Yep. Like, okay, I'm trying to think of how I would actually respond to this, like, in a psychiatrist's office, right? Like, somebody comes to me and, like, these are their problems. I'd be like, okay. You sound like you have some issues with your grandma. Let's dig into that, you know? Let's dig it. Okay, so what happened between you? Okay, so your grandma hated white people, which included you. And she told she like... I would have to be so serious. I just, like, but this isn't real. I can't fathom that somebody would actually come into an office and do that.
It should not be like this. It's why I am so...
How old is he? Who knows?
Firm when it comes to...
Somewhere between 25 and 40.
Male leadership, because she is, my grandmother is a victim in many sense of the words.
I was going to say on the younger end, but he looks like... older because of this specific wrinkle right here. Like maybe my age.
One, she's obviously a victim of anti-white hatred that she's internalized, that she's received from the media, from Hollywood, from her church, from her liberal communities in Northwest DC, her social circles.
Oh, true. People like this don't believe in therapy. Good point.
And she's also a victim of the fact that I don't think she really had a strong husband. Her husband left her.
That's why they're like this.
And divorced her. When she still had one of my uncles to take care of. So that wasn't a good thing. I don't think any of the three sons that she had really rose to the position of I would call patriarch. I had a good father, but he wasn't a patriarch, if that makes sense. He was a good provider. He's a great businessman.
My father.
I looked up to him in many ways and still do. But to me, a patriarch is someone who sets the tone of the family, who has a clear goal, and that goal is much bigger than just go and make money or go and pursue your career. The goal is we're going to raise a good family. We're going to have a strong bloodline.
What does that mean?
I'm critical of Christianity, but one things I do respect.
What do you mean a strong bloodline? What are you fucking talking about? You know what I want when I'm a father, okay? I want my kids to be comfortable and happy. I want them to pursue their passions. I want them to live in a world where they can just be themselves and not worry about their basic needs being met. Is that so fucking much to ask for? You know what? Apparently it is. Because just for trying to provide that for myself and my future family, I am over $100,000 in debt from the government, okay? And it's only been going up due to interest. But please, go on about how, like, you know, black people are, or not even black people, white liberal women are the problem. You know, like, let's talk about the real fucking issues here. If this is let's take this guy at his fucking word and say, you know what? He has endured some anti-white hatred. Go get therapy. I'm sorry, get therapy. Like, this is ridiculous. You don't have real problems. I refuse to believe it.
Is when a man is very much takes on the role of a Christian patriarch, he goes,
this is whining.
The biggest goal I have in my mind is getting myself, my wife, and my children to heaven.
I feel like I'm not the center of attention. That's why I went and started a YouTube channel to talk about how I'm not the center of attention as a cishet white man.
Nothing can move me from that goal.
There are too many other cishet white men taking up the spotlight, so I'm going to talk about how disenfranchised we are to get more attention.
I will go and have a career, yes, and I'll climb the corporate ladder or do the best I can to make money, but that is always subservient to the higher goal. That's not the primary goal.
Huh?
And what I found is that men who are strivers, who everything is about making the money number go up, everything is about career.
I had no idea you hated white people. Well, I am German, which doesn't count, right? There was never a point in history where where that ever counted as white that I can think of. So I'm swarthy. So yes, I hate white people because I'm swarthy, and white people have been nasty to me.
Their career progression, unfortunately, that can become very narrow-minded.
Hey, I have been called Muslim on, like, Arabic. I've been confused for being Arabic. There are people who think I'm, like, especially because of the Palestine flag, there are people, like, I've been called, like, a goat fucker on Twitter. People were like, go back to your own country. Like, I'm as white as you can get, brother. I've lived in Ohio my entire life, and 5 minutes of sunlight is enough to give me some redness.
It's like they're not seeing past their own nose. It's like their own family can decay, and they don't even see it.
And I have skin issues.
The patriarch, the head of the household.
Like, I have eczema. Like, how much whiter does it get than having eczema? That's such a white thing.
Leader needs to have a moral vision.
None
needs
exist.
to have a vision of family. He needs to have a vision of how to raise the children and how to approach his marriage. He needs to know how to make hard decisions when there's a fork in the road.
It's okay.
Because that fork in the road is going to come, and it's going to come many times in your life. You have to make hard decisions that are not easy. If you pass the buck, well,
what is he talking about?
If you refuse to make a decision, that's a decision in of itself. Passivity is a decision in of itself.
Uh-huh.
So it just goes to show how deep this anti-white hatred goes. It infects families. It infects individuals. It can destroy families. It can destroy individuals.
It destroyed me. It destroyed me. I'm not the same person. You don't get it. Just put the mask on, brother. Just like go out into the streets and declare your evil plan already. Come on. What are we doing here?
It's most definitely affected the boomer generation.
Is he crying? I don't think he's crying just yet.
Very deeply. Not every boomer, but many boomers. Definitely boomer women of a certain class and a certain background. That is very clear. I don't know how much more I want to say.
He would call. I think he would unironically his superhero name would be White Panther.
About the subject. Obviously, this is very personal. I've said a lot. I can't believe it's already 13 minutes. I mean, I feel like the time has just gone by.
It's like a jumpsuit, but it's got like the. Hold on. No, I have a vision now. Wait, maybe somebody's already done it. Damn it. It's just a white version of the Black Panther outfit. Whatever. I probably shouldn't do it anyway. I was gonna draw it with a KKK hood. That's White Panther. It's a jumpsuit, but it's got like the KKK like point to it. That's his uniform.
extract whatever lesson you want to extract from this, right?
I'm extracting so
the stories
much
I'm
from
telling
this.
are real. What I'm saying is real. The effect it has had on me is
believe
real.
you.
I tell you this much: if I even get a whiff of anti-white hatred or contempt on someone, I'm out the door. I don't give them a second.
I'm out. I'm gonna leave in a huff. Is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave in a huff. Is basically what I'm saying. It's gonna be quite the huff indeed. And I'll show them a thing or two about what being anti-white does to people. Stop it.
I had my life has been wasted. Too much of my life has been wasted on it. My patience is zero. It's zilch. It's on.
What he did? Wait.
My patience is zero.
Guys, I can't believe he did that.
It's zilch. It's not doesn't necessarily.
I almost had a heart attack.
A lot of times it hides itself as I've said before.
My weak liberal brain can't handle that signal, that symbol.
You know, it's overextending resources to the other.
Milk on the desk in front of him. Wait, did he just take a sip of milk? Is that what he did? Or why are you saying that? It looks like he's picking his nose.
No, it's overextending resources to the other in a way that you would never do to their fellow
making fun of him.
White or their fellow native or their fellow countrymen. You have to pay attention to that. You have to. Because that in itself is a form of aggression. You're handing out resources and sympathy and time.
You don't understand. You're committing microaggressions. Wait.
You have to. Because that in itself is a form of aggression.
Wait. Overextend. Okay, hold on.
You know, it's overextending resources to the other in a way that you would never do to their fellow white or their fellow native or their fellow countrymen.
When you help not white people, that's a microaggression toward white people. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? That should be considered hate speech, honestly, to give things to people who aren't white and not to people who are white. How dare you?
You have to pay attention to that. You have to.
This is the equivalent of well, okay, but it's not your birthday, Johnny. So you don't get a present. It's not your birthday, Johnny. I'm sorry, white people. It's not your birthday right now because you know whose birthday it hasn't ever been in America? Black people's. What fucking birthday gift have they gotten? Huh? I ask you. Come on, stop. Stop being a little birthday boy about it. Jeez.
Because that in itself is a form of aggression. You're handing out resources and sympathy and time and attention.
It's not your birthday.
To a person or group of people.
He's not triggered, though. I'm triggered. Because I'm a liberal.
Who don't respect us.
That's
don't
what we
like
do.
Us. And you never do that for your actual neighbor. That's a form of aggression.
But it's not.
It
But
might
it's
come
not.
from a form of self-aggression. I hope I've made this point clear that a lot of this externalized form of aggression is also.
He's like, you don't understand. My grandma donated to Afghan children who had nothing. She freely gave her money to children who have nothing children who have nothing. But she didn't give any to white children. Oh no. Oh, woe is me. That is such a microaggression against your identity as a fucking white guy. Oh no, bro. What are we doing? What's his name again? The Lads Club? I wish I had can we call him Jerry? He looks like a Jerry. Jerry, what are we doing?
Internalized. A lot of this outward hatred is also internalized hatred.
He feels like a Jerry.
They go hand in hand. If someone sees the light and goes, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm acting like this." You know, you have to welcome them into the fold, but it obviously has to be a true realization.
He's so enlightened.
I don't know what else I have to say about the subject.
He's so like, this is exactly how I would do it, right? Like this, like if I had hair, right? And this is how I would do it. Exactly. Okay. Just give me a nice mane. He's got nice hair. I can recognize that. Just give me nice hair like him. And then I'm him. Like this. But I'd be doing a parody is the difference.
But
I do it exactly like him.
More memories. Obviously, I only gave you kind of the tip of the iceberg. But I wanted to give you kind of what hopefully was, from my memory, the worst of the worst.
You know what it feels like? Dubsy has been introducing me to Tim and Eric. It feels like one step removed from a Tim and Eric bit for 17 minutes. It does. Like it literally is like, this is some shit that Tim Heidecker would pull.
It gives you a lens into my world and how my views have become shaped and formed.
It's just a little bit too elaborate for it to have been done by Tim Heidecker.
By my very, very personal experiences in life. So I probably am not the most...
It's just like a little too believable.
Maybe I'm not the person that you thought I'd be. I don't come from the countryside. I don't come from a working class family. I come from a very well educated, successful, progressive family, and I'm telling you from the inside out.
Okay.
It's dark. It's bad.
Oh no, woe is you. Oh, I come from a very well-off family, by the way. I'm such a tortured soul, you don't understand. But also, like, my family's pretty fucking like, you don't have real problems. This is the thing. Sometimes, I wonder, is there a point to be made about like weathering our kids a little bit, making them experience some suffering in life so that they don't turn into this? Like, just a little bit. I'm not saying like you gotta fucking beat them. I'm just saying like they should suffer. Children should suffer sometimes. You do not strike me as a person who has ever suffered like a slight in your entire life. And so you have to look for them. You have to make them up. Okay? Like, you don't have real problems. That's my diagnosis for you as a healthcare professional.
Wrong.
Not really. I can't actually say that.
It's anti-family. Like these people
I can't say
hate
that.
their own family
I detract
members.
that.
Sad. It's not good.
Retract that.
So again, extract whatever lesson you want from this. I hope you learned something. Hope you have a good day. Thank you for listening. Drop a comment, drop a like.
It's so silly. It's so silly. The comments. No. That was a heavy start. Sorry you had to deal with that from your own grandma. I learned you're a whiny bitch. That's all I learned. My family is educated, so I decided to be an idiot. True. The pedantry on display is whack. That's from way earlier. It's my birthday. Happy birthday, noob. Happy birthday. That was fun. Thank you, the Lads Club, for that experience. That was funny. I kind of... Oh, hold on. Should we do another one from him? He's funny. White is alright thumbnail. Yeah, it's an hour long. Otherwise, I'd click it. Oh, excuse me. I'm proud, can't help it. I love my ancestors, my people, my race. I mean, I'm not doing that one. Hold on, let's sort by popular. Our beautiful white children. Not a fetish, by the way. Okay, this one looks like it could be funny. It's his second most popular. It's from 3 weeks ago. Let's do it. It's only 12 minutes. Oh, I did see that video. That's wild. That is a crazy thing to do.
What leads a white woman, what seems like a fairly young white woman, maybe in her 20s, maybe in her 30s, she looks healthy physically, to scream
This
into
looks like
the
a healthy
face
female.
of a small white child, another girl. It looks like could be her own daughter, or perhaps a younger cousin, or
or perhaps a random child from the daycare, or perhaps it was brought to this person on a stork, or perhaps she pulled this child out of the like, who's to say where the child came from, really?
her niece. This is not healthy. It is not normal. It is clearly a sign of self-hatred and self-loathing. And so this episode is I'm going to kind of investigate what leads white people to hate themselves.
Why is this shirt not doing it for me? You guys know me. I compliment people where it's due. I think he has nice hair. I think he has a nice, well-groomed beard. You know, but like, the shirt's not doing it for me. But I can't pinpoint why. It does not look right on him. Right? Like, it almost looks like it was green screened onto him.
Racially so much. I mean, kudos to that black woman. She did the right thing. I mean, I've seen this behavior in real life where
he's my type. Wish he was woke. You are so down bad. Please.
Woman or a white man is so filled with racial self-hatred, so filled with ethnic hatred of their own skin color and heritage, that even quite liberal black people or Hispanics or Jews or whatever the case may be are like, whoa, like, why are you torturing yourself so much psychically and psychologically? Like, black people hatred of their own skin color and heritage, that even quite liberal black people or Hispanics or Jews or whatever the case.
There's no such thing as white heritage. What is white heritage? Whatever do you mean? Because first of all, you have to start with what you even consider white. Okay? White is not a fucking race. It never has been. It's not real. This is fantasy, okay? There's Germans, there's Italians, there's English, there's Russian, you know, and there's non-white. We consider people non-white if they're Chinese, Japanese, Indian, American black, okay? And the only reason American black exists is because we destroyed their culture. Okay? So there is black culture in America because they had to do that, because we collected them on the basis of their skin color. And that's how we've treated them this entire time. And we created the problem, and then we're like, oh, let's make it worse. And actually say that we're the ones being fucking stepped on. I don't even remember where I was going with this.
Are like, whoa, like, why are you torturing yourself so much psychically and psychologically? Like, it's gone a little too far. So
there's no real white race, is my point. It's not real. It's made up to exclude people. Okay, there's German. I already went through this.
Kudos to that black woman. She did the right thing, but there's something deeply psychological.
Who's included?
Because the reality is, pride of one's race, ethnicity, heritage, culture, skin color, however you want to put it, is normal. It is healthy. It is organic. It is should just come natural to you. Okay? Now, It might require affirmation or a reminder every once in a while. Sure. I don't agree with no.
Okay. You should be proud of achievements, right? Let's walk through this. The thing that you should be proud of is an achievement. Something that did not just come to you out of the ether. Like, if you get the winning lottery ticket, and you say you're proud of it. Why? You didn't do anything for it. There was no struggle there. You got very lucky. There's nothing to be proud of there. Okay? Pride comes from struggle. That's why black pride exists and white pride doesn't. There's no white struggle. Not really. And to the extent that there is, it's like, I'll give you an example. Like, there's somebody that I know who said they were made fun of, they grew up in a black neighborhood and they were made fun of all growing up because they were white, the white kid. And it influenced some of their views. Okay. But that is a backlash result of racist policies, white supremacist policies. Okay? It's almost like rebound racism. You played yourself, dumbass. Now there are white people suffering racism because black people suffer racism.
Auto or overt, supremacism or that sort of stuff.
Almost like it's a system that self-perpetuates.
When people get too compensatory, sometimes hot pride can hide insecurity. But pride of one's race and one's ethnicity is totally normal and healthy. This is not normal and healthy. This is something quite...
I'm glad the professional is giving his opinion.
This is a sign of quite an unwell person psychologically, right?
What's it? Okay. How do you know? What are you talking? Okay. This person displaying this behavior is not psychologically well. I can understand that. But like, you're basing it upon like, I have no idea why she's yelling at this girl. I don't know, but I also don't have any reason to assume it's because of her race. Also, like, a black woman stops her. Can we recognize that, please?
So I want to take a look at this post from 2016 from the Austin True Folk Assembly. This is kind of the post that was heard from around the world back in August 21st, 2016.
You should never yell at white children. Never.
That
specifically white children.
Today we are bombarded with confusion and messages contrary to the values of our ancestors and our folk. The AFA would like to make it clear that we believe gender is not a social construct. It is a beautiful gift from the holy powers and from our ancestors. The AFA...
I'm sorry. How do I take these people seriously? Okay, I don't care. There's a reality to what gender is, and that's not what the reality is. The reality is that it's a fucking social construct. And it always has been, okay? It's a social construct based on some biological reality, sure. Primarily which set of genitals you're born with. And then we assign you a gender. We say you're a boy or a girl, okay? And then sometimes you grow up and realize that that doesn't fit well with what's expected of a boy or a girl. Or sorry, what's expected of you as a boy or a girl. Like, you don't fit well with that expectation is the point. Okay? You fit better with the other set of expectations and norms called being trans. Okay? And it's completely natural. So that's what we mean when we say gender's a social construct. It's just the truth. Who is this? Hello, I'm a priest in training, and I'm trying to understand people with all kinds of views, including ones I may or may not disagree with. Religion, politics, left or right, and so on. Is there anything I could do in or out of church to help you or anyone who's differing views feel more welcome, heard, or even understood? Listening doesn't mean I'll agree, just that I want to understand and learn, hopefully become a better priest. If you want to be a dope priest, like a really dope priest, I would say, like, advocate for one of the hardest things you could advocate for, I'll challenge you on this, is to advocate for female priests, for women to be allowed to be priests. That'd be dope. Because, like, that's actually kind of a problem. There are women who want to be priests and they just can't. That would be cool. Like, that kind of priest I can get on board with. I think the Pope's kind of cool, too. What's his name again? I forget. The one from America. I can't remember his name right now.
Celebrates our feminine ladies.
Pope Leo, yeah. Pope Leo's cool.
Our masculine gentlemen, and above all, our beautiful
white. But I think the biggest thing that Christians can do right now, if they really want to help, is just Like, follow the scripture that says love your neighbor and help your neighbor and be there for people who are struggling. Like, that part of the scripture is great. Let's focus on that more than like, oh, the scripture says gay people can't get married, or the scripture says that there's male and female, man and woman, and nothing else at all. Like, and to step outside of that boundary is forbidden or whatever. Stop teaching about hell. That's a good one. I think hell is just a bad concept.
Children. The children of our folk
just some ideas
are
off the
our
dome.
shining future and the legacy of all those men and women of our people back to the beginning. Hail the AFA families, now and always, Matt Flavel, Ulster Gothi, Ostrich Folk Assembly. And a picture of a beautiful white family with beautiful white children. Should not be controversial whatsoever. Again, I think pride of one's sex, whether you're a masculine man or a feminine woman, is natural and healthy and organic. And I would even say, like, you can kind of define masculinity quite broadly and femininity quite broadly. I think that's fine. I think it's totally normal and healthy to be proud of your white children, that they look like you, that they share your DNA, your heritage. They look like you. I mean, that's
okay. But if my children didn't look like me, for instance, if I adopted, or, you know, if they took entirely after my wife, right? Like, that wouldn't matter to me. Why would that matter to me? Like, you were going, again, I must stress, you were going to have children with an Indian woman, which would have meant that you would have had kids that don't look as much like you. Because, like, you're at least visually, more genetically diverse. Right? Like, but, you know, like, it doesn't matter. It should not matter what they look like at all.
If you love...
Thank you for the response and for being respectful. Yeah, of course. Thanks for asking an honest question. Have a good one. Unless you stick around, in which case, welcome.
Yourself, then you should love your children who look like you. I think that should be quite obvious.
And good luck with everything.
This caused such a stir. People really did scream bloody murder because of that phrase. Our masculine gentlemen, our feminine ladies, and our beautiful white children, especially our beautiful white children. That's what really caused incredible amount of pushback and anger from so many online trolls. That it led to the Declaration 127, which was this goofy thing that was wrote up by other heathen groups, saying, we don't support the Ostrich Folk Assembly. They're full of hatred and racism and so on and so forth.
What's the Ostrich Folk Assembly?
I believe it's led by the Troth, but they're one of many dozens of organizations that signed off on this. And
he's throwing out names like I should know them. Who are these people?
By the way, all these organizations essentially no longer exist. Most of them
okay. As soon as I learn about them, I also learn they no longer exist. Okay.
Don't exist.
That's fine.
The ones that do exist, they pretty much exist on paper. The Ostrich Folk Assembly is the only heathen group I'm aware of that has property. They have 5 hofs, 5 churches, and they have over 100 acres that they plan to build on once they get
really done his
essentially
research
the
here.
legal approval. No other ostrich group can brag about that at all.
You don't understand. It's a special interest, okay? Stop yelling at an autistic man just engaging in his special interest. Heathen groups.
I mean, I was looking
cool.
around their website. I mean, the website's very nice.
I say it's cool.
It looks nice. But you see, look at the past events. The only past events they have are Zoom prayer meetings that they haven't even bothered to list within the last month. I mean, I'm filming this, it's August 2nd. Last time they posted was June 27th. And I actually clicked on one of these events.
No, but this actually does come off as like special interest shit. Like, I'm joking, but kind of not.
And went to, and you know, it's just Zoom. It's just a virtual event that they host. It's not even Zoom, it's Twitch. And I was looking at their views, and he's lucky to get 50 views on a given stream. I mean, no one's watching this. Like, total irrelevant.
He's literally using heathen like it isn't a slur for people outside your group. Like, some people own it, so like it's just not like, okay. It's like an antiquated slur for sure. Like, I feel like it's one of those slurs that's so old it's kind of lost its sauce, you know? It's like saying queer in a derogatory fashion. Like, that's so lost its sauce that we now use it as a positive.
Let's see. Total
I
irrelevancy.
like heretic more.
So what do you learn from this? Well, I would say as
I just
a
think Heathen
leader or
is
hopeful
cool.
leader or someone
Like,
who
Heathen's got a nice, like it's unsettling. You know, it's got like a nice, but the TH like kind of smooths it over. So like, it's not like scary, right? It's just mysterious, unknown, perhaps. Like it's got a nice like creepy aura to it. I like the word heathen.
looks for strong leadership. You need your leaders to be strong, to be brave, to be courageous, to know right from wrong, and to defend the truth. Strong leaders draw hard lines and say, this is the truth, this is the false.
Nincompoop's a great one.
Our people, this is not our people.
I've actually been bringing back, not Scallywag. Scallywag's great, though. Should bring that one back. What's the one that I've been bringing back? There's Ne'er-Do-Well. Goofy. I like Goofy. Like, I feel that's not as antiquated, but like when I insult people now, I usually just call them Goofy. Like, this guy's very goofy. Ne'er-Do-Well, Scoundrel. I think I already said that one. Rapscallion. That's the one. You Rapscallion. That's my favorite. Rapscallion is a great one. Whippersnapper. I'm not a fan of that one. It's too wordy. Like it's too much of a mouthful. Rapscallion is so good.
Defend this.
Probably my favorite one.
As I've said
Rapscallions.
before in other videos, there's so many leaders.
Hooligans.
Not
That's
only
another
of
good
our
one.
nations, not only in our political organizations, but even quite small, kind of voluntary organizations that claim to be heritage groups don't even claim to be heritage groups. I've said this before.
This is so
Franco-American
boring.
groups in New England say, "Oh, Haitians could be Franco-Americans. They're Quebecois as well." I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Just say this is for people of a certain heritage.
Don't call
It's
me
about
ableist,
blood.
but your special
It's about
interest is
DNA.
boring.
It's about race and ethnicity. It should not be hard. If you can't do that, your group will die off pretty fast. Weak leadership leads to failure, leads to death. Inevitably. All these Christian churches that can't defend themselves racially or ethnically.
Ninny Hammer. That one's pretty good.
They're filled with white guilt. It's Jesus as an anti-racist.
Solid. I would say solid B tier for Ninny Hammer.
Jesus pretty much.
Oh, we should. Ooh, we should do like an old timey insult tier list. That would be fun.
It's white people, wants white people to be punished for the sins of the past, but black people and brown people, they can do no wrong. When they do wrong, they're instantly
We
forgiven.
could like bring Shakespearean ones back.
Those churches are dying on the vine. They are experiencing
The
total
Vine's back?
demographic collapse.
I thought Vine was dead.
People are running, not walking away from those churches. So I know it probably sounds like I'm beating a dead horse, but it's just such an important point that so many people
Yellow-bellied ignoramus dolt. It's the shorter the better.
either don't realize or don't want to realize, or they're just too weak-minded. They're too psychologically weak that they can't even let themselves go there in their own minds, which is quite sad, right?
I'm barely paying attention.
It's one thing to disagree with someone, have an earnest disagreement. You know, people disagree with me all the time. I have followers who comment and they go, "Hey, Eric, I agree with this. I disagree with that," and that's fine. You know, I'm not perfect.
Numbnuts is great. That's a fun one.
But
That's
to even
valid as a
allow
favorite.
a very basic idea into your mind because it's so threatening. It shows deep psychological
Numbnuts, I would say low S tier, high A tier.
weakness. Which interestingly, this whole white babies post or white children post is best documented by.
Today we are bombarded with confusion and messages contrary to the values of our ancestors and our folk. The AFA would like to make it clear that we believe gender is not a social... Oh, that's just the same... Yeah.
The AFA's enemies, which I guess is a common aspect of history. The SPLC.
They're just wrong
ADL,
about that, though.
Antifa groups,
Curmudgeon.
obviously, universalistic pagan groups.
Curmudgeon would be start like the same letter it starts with, C, for me.
If you
I don't know
Google,
why it's not hidden.
Beautiful white children AFA. You don't see the AFA website. It's a bunch of these sort of sites and blogs. And the SPLC is so cowardly. And this
Okay,
whole...
I'm so bored. I'm so bored. Does this pick up at all? The other one was much more fun. That kind of cooked me on him, to be honest. I'm not interested in him anymore. This is fun. I'm glad I decided to stream today. I missed this. Been too fucking busy with clinicals. I also like scamp. Scamp is a top, but that's not an insult. That's like an old-timey word. Would you want to do old-timey words or insults? Scamp is great. Yeah, get out of here, you little scamp. Is scamp technically an insult? Now I have to know. Yeah, see, it's like a, it's an endearing term. Who is mischievous in a likable or amusing way. So, like, you know. Like, he's always getting up to trouble, that old Johnny. Oh, he's always getting into mischief. But, like, never in a way that, like, actually hurts people, like fucking whoopee cushions and shit. That old scamp. That little scamp. Walks up to you with a water gun and like one of those little tiny water pistols and just, like, sprays your face. That little scamp. Okay. Well, the question on everyone's mind, what will he do next? Any ideas? Do the brain work for me, chat. Tell me what to do next. Brain hurty. Knees weak, arms are hervy, mom spaghetti. Vomit on a sweater already. The tier list sounds fun. Do you want to do a tier list? Or like the tier list that I said? I don't think that there is a tier list on Tier Maker that... Like, I'd be surprised if that exists. Which means we'd have to make it ourselves. Which, once you make it, it's not as fun. Like, if you have to make it yourself, it's not as fun. Like, I would want, like, an audience member to make it, for instance. I'll just type Shakespeare. Shakespeare P. Words made up by Shakespeare. I can't read this shit. Hell no. Let's just try insults. Insults. These are like new ones. I feel like that's not as fun though. That's not as fun. Circus insults? There we go. Oh, come on. Stupid. I thought it was... Roblox Battleground insults. No. French and English insults. There's only 5 here. Insults tier list. Fool, dummy, dumbass. This is a good start, but it's not big enough. What's this one? There's nothing in it. Best insults to call Alex. What are we calling Alex? We're calling Alex fat, dumb, ugly cow, pig. Is that fuck toot? Fuck toot? Gay, twink, Joel's girlfriend derogatory. Solid tier maker list. Was twink one? Oh, twink was one. That's funny. Okay, so it's interesting what we're called. Who made this? Alex made this? What a twist. Alex not only was directly the person, like, he did it to himself. These are the things that Alex wants people to call him. What a twist. Here I thought we were just bullying Alex, but no, we're bullying Alex, asterisk, he likes it. British insults. There's not enough. There's just not enough. The profanity tier list. I'm not asking for 100. Okay, that's kind of fun. My pronouns are masochist. That's hot. Okay. Fuck are these rate? No. We're going with the standard S, A, B, C, D, F. We'll make this one purple. Yeah, Alex insulting himself. Dick. A tier. A bit too common for my taste. Dickhead. B tier. I think that dickhead is an inherently inferior version of dick and always will be. I'm not saying that one. I could. I have the pass. I choose not to use it. Here, let's make sure there aren't, like, any true... Okay. I think this is fine. Am I homophobic if I don't put this in F tier? Okay, here's the thing. Right? Well-rounded word. It feels good coming out. It's got that nice hard G sound to it, right? And it's satisfying. Right? That being said, we're really trotting a beaten path here. Like this is too common. This is too commonplace for my superior taste. And for that reason, B tier. B tier insult. Below dickhead. Fuck? To call somebody a fuck? You rat fuck? But rat fuck is different. No. If I just say, shut up, you fuck. That goes hard. I'm gonna put that in A tier. Below dick. I just think dick is, like, slightly better. Fuck is more out of the box. It's more unstable. Motherfucker. Okay, can I even say this one? I actually don't know what this one is. Ah, female genitalia. Okay. Is it a slur? Is it a slur? Bing! We asked 100 people. Tell us your favorite slur. White guy. He buzzed without thinking. He's like, oh my god. Shit. fuck, now I gotta say it. Steve Harvey's just looking. We're waiting. I'm going with the N-word, Steve. The N-word. Looks at the judges. You have to be more specific. No. Okay, I think I can say punani. Motherfucker. I can't put it lower than B because I say it a lot. But it... High C tier. I don't say that much anymore. High C tier. Punani, never heard of it. F tier. I don't like it. It sounds too nice. It's not giving. It's not giving. It insists upon itself is what I'm trying to say. Okay, shit. Like to call somebody a shit. You little shit. That's pretty good. Honestly... Yeah, you know what? This is the A tier is kind of like the very simple, like... Single syllable, hits hard, not quite creative or nice enough to put an S tier kind of vibe. Son of a bitch. I'm going to say to call somebody. I always like that scene. It's a funny one. It's a funny one. To call somebody a son of a bitch, I feel like is antiquated and also not that creative. I'm putting that at D. I don't really use son of a bitch. Like, unless I'm using it ironically, where it's like, oh, that son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, he did it. Like, then it's good. But, like, to call somebody that as an insult is not... you can do better. It's too wordy, and you can do better. Swatch? Is that another pussy word? Is that another vagina word? To have a brief look. What? A swatch. I don't know what a swatch is, and I still don't know after Googling it. I got no info. It says, like, a brief look. Swatch means, in general, to have a brief look. Girls have been using that word lately as an expression for testing makeup products. So when someone buys some new makeup, they swatch it to try it out, put it on one time on their face. Eyes, lips. Usually that means either they put some product directly on their face or they try out the colors on their wrists, hands. Yeah, this is not an insult. This is... In fact, this isn't even worth ranking. We're putting it at the bottom. Twat. Never liked it. F tier. Ass. Call somebody an ass. Honestly, sticking with the tried and true... Hard-hitting, single-syllable tier, A tier. Wanker, that's a fun one. That's a fun one. Like, it doesn't hit as hard, but it's fun to say. So that gives it points. I don't say it often enough, and I feel like I would only say it ironically. But it is fun. I'm gonna put it here in B tier. Just below dickhead. The wife's home. Wench. I shouldn't have said that as soon as my wife walked in the door. Now she's gonna think I'm calling her a wench. Okay, she said she didn't hear me. I like yelled wench because I'm doing a insult tier list.
Wench is pretty good.
It's okay. I don't like that it's only geared at women. C tier. Woman as an insult. No. Call someone a woman. Actually, that is technically an insult, and I'm putting it at F tier. Boner. To call somebody a boner, F tier. But I'm putting it above woman though. I'm putting twat above punani. I'm putting boner at the top of F. No, honestly, boner's too fun. I'm putting boner at D tier. Call somebody a boner? Like that's... Okay, I'm rethinking this now because, okay, what would it take for me to call somebody a boner, right? Like, why would that word be directed at somebody with whom I am trying to insult somehow, right? I call someone a boner. Whatever, you boner. I can't see myself using it. It's fun, but I don't see myself using it. It stays at D tier. Top of D tier. Dork is pathetic, but also kind of impactful. Ooh, I think dork, honestly, underrated as fuck in my opinion. Do I have this ordered correctly in A tier? I think shit goes at the top. Calling somebody a shit is great. Followed by... I think ass goes next. Followed by ass. Shit, ass, dick, fuck. Beautiful. I think dork goes... Okay, so the fact that it's rated PG... I can't decide if that has a positive, a negative, or a neutral impact. The fact that it's PG, you can call a child a dork, and nobody will blink an eye. Right? Like, you call a child, like, I guess you can call them a little shit. But, like, you wouldn't say that to their face, right? Like, you can call a child a dork to their face. Not that you not that you should in, like, a derogatory manner, but, like you could, right? Like, you wouldn't get in big trouble for it. It's also a term of endearment. It's versatile. It is versatile. I like it a lot. Is that an S tier insult? Honestly, S tier insult for me. It's just too versatile. That's S tier for me. That's our first S tier, dork. Douche. Also, like, one of those gendered terms that I'm just like, no. In fact, I think... Bottom of D tier. Prick. Prick's pretty good. I would put that at bottom A tier. It's one of those, like, yeah, A tier is pretty consistent so far. Pussy, like... It's better than boner. It's worse than motherfucker. But it's better than wench. The R word. Okay. This is where I get into cancellation territory. If I had never heard the word before, right, and I'm just judging it based on its mouth sound, it's like kind of high up there. Right? Like it stings. It definitely has a punch to it. That being said, overrated as fuck. Overrated as fuck. Like, it is overused to the point that, like, you are not being creative. Like, to use this word indicates in my opinion, a lack of creativity or real desire to insult somebody properly. Like, you're not putting your best foot... Like, if you present... Like, imagine you're Gordon Ramsay on Hell's Kitchen, or not Hell's Kitchen. What is it called? Not Gordon Ramsay. Like a food judging show of sorts. Gordon Ramsay has one of those, yeah. Like one of Gordon Ramsay's food judging shows, right? And you like present him with, like eggs, like an egg-based dish, right? Like, sure, it's good. It can be good, but like it's so overdone. You know what I mean? Like, it's been done to hell and back. This is not creative. This is not indicating to me that you're serious about it. I'm putting it at D tier for that. Top of D tier. I wish we could use it in PP sometimes. I think you technically can, you just can't spam it. Scum is pretty fucking good. There's no ambiguity as to what you mean when you call somebody scum. You are calling them the lowest of the low. You are saying there is not a living creature alive that is worse than you, because you're not even equivalent to life. You are scum. Underdork. S tier underdork. I think scum is a top tier insult. Asshole. I don't want to think too hard about this one. I'm going to put it at C tier. I think it goes above pussy, as it is anatomically as well. Slut. Don't like it. Like it, and also like taken by itself, right? Like without the like if you did not know what this word meant, you just heard the word slut, right? Bonus points for it being short and rolling off the tongue, but also like it just doesn't hit. It doesn't hit. The word slut has never hit to me. And for that reason, it goes top of F tier. To call somebody tits, calling somebody tits, I don't think is a thing. So I'm not judging it. Calling somebody balls. Oh, you're balls. I guess that's kind of a thing, right? To call somebody balls. Punani is Jamaican. Okay, I didn't know that. To call somebody balls. Usually you're saying, like, you're balls at this thing you're doing. If you're going to say that, which is kind of uncommon anyway. Balls is an insult. Calling somebody, like, like testicles, like balls, like a pair of balls? I don't know. I mean, definitely F tier, if we're being real. Do we even count it? We're not counting this. It feels wrong to count it. Bastard. It's just one of those classics. It's a classic. I gotta put it B tier. In fact, top of B tier. It's a classic. You can't beat bastard. Like you call somebody a bastard, it's kind of disconnected from its original meaning. It just means, like, same thing as asshole, kind of. But, like, I don't know. It's got a nice sound to it. It's got a nice mouthfeel. And I think it works very well. It's a tried and true classic. B tier, for sure. Bitch. Another classic. Bottom of B tier, honestly. As an insult, like, eh. Like, it's a classic, but... It was my first swear, though. It was my first swear. It did give me some interesting soap flavors to consider. Bitch is A tier. Below Bastard. I don't think it's better than Bastard. It can be better than Dickhead. It's not better than Bastard. Bullshit. To call somebody a bullshit does not exist. A clunge, I don't know what that is, and I'm not counting it. To call somebody a cock. Stop being a cock. It's just silly. It's silly. It's like right there with boner. Can I even say this word? I'm gonna not risk it. See, this is another one that's got kind of a nice mouthfeel to it, but also, like, it's just not that impactful. And also another gendered term. I'm putting it D tier for sure, at least. We're putting it with slut. These two belong together. Plunge is another vag word. I'm not counting it. I don't know what it is. Okay, whore. Honestly, in recent years, it's one of those old-timey words that kind of picked up some steam. To call somebody a whore is fun. I think it's fun. Not if you're like actually referring to it to like a woman, like ew, whore, like that. But like just being like friends throw this around and stuff. I say solid B tier personally. Where at in B tier? Better than dickhead. Is it better than bitch? I think it's better than bitch. Not as good as bastard. Goat fucker F. It is literally only for one type of person. It's racist. Broad. Broad as an insult? I'm not counting that. Oh, broad. Wait, broad as in like you broad. That's another F tier for me. Karen. Is Karen an S tier? Like, it is gendered. No, it doesn't necessarily have to be gendered. You can honestly, Karen. I'm going bottom of S tier with Karen. I think Karen's an S tier. I think it deserves that. We're almost there. I'm gonna get through this a little quickly. Chump. I'm ready to like maybe not end, but do something else. What do we got left? Chump, sissy, cock gobbler, cow, dick munch, milf. That's not even an insult. Farthead. Farthead. Swatch. We already went through swatch. Chump. I'll do chump and sissy. I'll do chump and sissy, and then we're done. Chump. Chump is fun. Chump goes A tier at least. Just off rip. It's different from its other A tier compadres, but it is fun to say and it's punchy. Chump. Such a chump. Honestly? Ooh, that might be a surprise S tier. Hold on. That might be bottom of S tier. Sissy's F tier. Sissy's fun. We'll get to it. Chump first. Chump. Such a chump. It's like simpleton, kind of, right? Bottom of S tier. Sissy. The more I think about it, it's like, I don't know if I would unironically call somebody a sissy these days. Maybe. I'll put it like below asshole. Okay, I think that's good. There it is. That's the insult tier list. Excuse me. All right, I'm gonna take another short break. I'll be right back. I return. I think... What do you guys want? Should I try to fish for a debate on Platinum Politics? Should I do that, or should I play League of Legends? What are we feeling here? I feel like the debate is the way to go if I want more viewers. But, I don't know how much I care. Debate. We'll see. We'll see if we can get anybody in. I don't want to create a channel. Let's go in... I don't want it to be an open channel that people can just hop in and say whatever the hell they want. It's got to be a stage. We're doing a stage. Live, debate a leftist. We'll say... LGBTQ plus issues. Women's rights. LGBTQ plus issues, women's rights. What else is there? Those are the only two issues that exist. I got a cut for the night? Okay, have a good night. Thanks for being here. Immigration? Yeah. Okay. So let me do an announcement. I got the stage started. Hello, everybody who's in the stage. I am live streaming, but you are not visible. But you will be if you come up to speak. You know what I mean? I'm just spectating. I got nothing better to do. Okay, fair enough. We are live on YouTube and Twitch, just so you're all aware. So if you are in here listening, I didn't expect to have people immediately join. But if you are listening, we're live on YouTube and Twitch, just so you know. Okay. Let me... Oh yeah, I was opening my camera. Hold on. My Logitech. There we go. What's up? The chat wanted debates, so I said sure. Should I make an announcement? Here, I'll just ping. Do I do official stage debate ping? I mean, yeah, right? Because this is, like, official. Polonium, can I get a second opinion on that?
Yeah, you can advertise it all you want. I actually already moved on that. I advertised it in the announcement chat. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, and just for everybody here, the Democracy and Platinum event will be taking place after this current event right now. So anyone who's going to be participating in that, it's nice to see you all today. It's nice to see you, Gunter. Thanks for coming on.
Okay, cool. I'm not disrupting anything, am I? You said there's another event going on after this?
Nope, you're not disrupting anything.
Okay, cool.
It's just a conversation we're gonna have. It's all good.
Cool, okay. Sounds good. Okay.
And can I announce one thing to your chat? Is that okay? Because we need some... Yeah. Is that okay? Can I announce it?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
We are always looking for more debaters. We have radical feminists and we have some right-wingers. So Platinum Politics, we can sign up and you can apply for the debates. I'll put the link in the side chat here in this stream so you can apply for the debates and hopefully debate some people. We need some people who want to argue against radical feminism because that's our main big one right now. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alec.
All right, yep, sure thing. Sorry, I was just looking at the side chat. We got some people posting interesting things. Please don't do that, or else I will have to ban you. I don't have the wherewithal right now to fucking moderate that more accurately, so if I see you doing that shit, I'm just gonna ban you. You know what's appropriate. What's the debate? Good question. I haven't decided that yet. Well, it hasn't been decided because I'm just pulling people up who want to come up. Okay, so let's do it this way. Raise your hand if you would like to come up and debate. I saw Deadmau5 first. You should define feminism so chat knows what they're stepping up to argue against. If we get there, can you send that request again? Yes. I think I can full screen this. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm alright. Like, how are you?
I'm alright.
Yeah, I'm fine. Listen, I'm not really trying to. The thing is, I'm not really sure if like would you actually mean by the question. So, are you just debating what like the impacts of radical feminism, or like is the ideology of it correct or wrong? Like, what exactly is your position here? Because I'm quite confused.
I didn't say anything about radical feminism anywhere. I said women's rights in the thing. But like, as far as feminism goes, I do consider myself a feminist.
Yeah, I mean, but you were talking about like radical feminism, so I was just confused because there's multiple words being thrown. It's like, what's the actual topic?
Well, okay, where are you getting radical feminism from? I didn't say that.
No, like what you said before me. I'm not trying to debate. I'm just like, I'm kind of confused as like, what exactly are we talking about? Sorry.
I'm confused.
No, man, what's the debate's topic? Sorry, because I joined in a bit late and
okay,
I heard you. Yeah.
It's whatever you want. You can like decide. So like the ones I have in the title are, I think I put LGBTQ plus, women's rights, immigration, but I put and more. So like I'm a leftist. I have general leftist positions. If you have a question about my position on any, like what topic is important to you? Let's start there.
Oh, well, probably housing, taxes.
Housing.
That's a good one. Taxes.
Okay, like what in regards to housing, or did you say taxes?
For housing, I would probably say, well, should we make more? Well, how do we reduce the overall prices of new houses, especially for people who are trying to get into the property market? And for taxes itself, is how do we make better effective tax policies, especially for people who are most affected by it, who are actually the lower and middle class. How do we actually give them proper relief? Actually, those things are probably the most. Yeah, those things are probably what I think of the most.
Okay. Okay. So, as far as housing goes, You want to know how to make the housing market cheaper. Like, that's important to you.
I mean, hey, I'm open to all suggestions. I don't care if you're left winger or right winger there.
What about
Go at
public
it.
housing? How do you feel about public housing?
Hey, go ahead. I mean, it depends on what you want. I mean, hey, I'm open to any responses there, to be honest.
Okay, let's try a different direction. What opinion do you generally disagree with the left on? Like, what's a big one?
Something very specific. Probably say something like, I don't know. If I actually no, I kind of. Well, is it like something very specific or just in general?
Either one. Just like something that you're like, the left believes blank, and I don't believe it. So, like, and it's important that, like, it's an important qualifying feature of the left, if that makes sense. Like being, like, are you pro-life, whereas, like, the left is pro-choice all 9 months? Something like that.
I mean, if we're going on the both, I necessarily don't really agree with the commonplace notion, both on the left and right. But if we're going to go for something which I just generally disagree with, I'd probably say free markets and how they were handled, pretty much. Consumerism. How exactly would you tackle rising prices, or, for example, free market control? For example, that stuff. I quite disagree with all that on that.
I just think that there should be publicly available food. Like, I think that publicly owned grocery stores are a great idea. They're a great start.
Well, I kind of disagree with you on that, but hey, listen, you think it's a good idea? That's on you. But me
Well, why
personally,
don't
nah.
you?
But
Like, what's wrong with publicly owned grocery stores?
well, main thing for me is just one. The implementation is, well, in my opinion, is the major thing which I don't like, because
Okay.
how exactly will you fund it? Listen, if you're going directly from taxpayers' cash,
Yeah, taxpayer
fine.
money. Yeah.
I listen, but fine. But the other thing is as well, how do you make one? You have to make sure that that still stays competitive, so that you can actually provide the best services to people as much as possible. And even if you're going to undercut, let's say, the existing market, who are you actually going to hurt the most in that situation when you're undercutting people with government subsidies? Are you really hurting the mom and pop shops who have to set up premiums because they can't benefit at the same level of markets of scale compared to a cash and carry, or like Costco's, for example? So who exactly would you then impact by creating such initiatives?
Okay.
Are you going to impact the actual poor, or are you going to impact it?
I understand where you're coming from. Okay. But at the end of the day, right, a public service, like a public service for food, I think is just a necessity of a well-functioning, well-oiled society. Okay, so like, if you have a mom and pop shop, like a small grocer, right, that tries to sell their cabbages on the street or whatever, like, and they suffer as a result of the public grocery store. The good news is, even if they go under, they can still go to the public grocery store and get food. They'll still be
But
able
then,
to
are
do
you
that.
telling me that they not? So are you telling me that you will still effectively undermine their own way of income? Especially, it's not only them; it's probably hundreds or even thousands of them. That's like that. So you undermine their income and their existing livelihood for a government initiative.
I just
which
don't
still
hear the same. I don't hear the same gusto when it comes to Walmart undercutting them.
I mean, to be fair, I think both are wrong. Like, listen, you're just
Okay.
going like the opposite way. And sure, you could say, is Walmart in theory more exploitative than this? Yes, I don't disagree with you on that. But however, fundamentally in practice, they're still getting screwed over. Like, the best thing you can do is just, hey, how about you guys grow the most, grow especially better than that of Walmart, and you actually have your own
What are you
section of the
talking
market which is
about?
untouched by monopolies and regulations. How about you guys can actually grow
Just
yourselves
be-
and actually get customers?
Just be
That's
better
probably
than
better
Walmart?
for
That's your solution?
people. Sorry?
Just be better than Walmart?
Not saying be better Walmart, I'm saying, hey, protect them. Won't you give protectionist measures to, protect small industries and the people who are actually, maybe in the part of the proletariat themselves, if you're going from a socialist angle?
I'm fine with protecting small businesses in some fashion. okay? But if this does end up hurting small business somehow, I can see why it might. At the same time, the more pressing issue is that people need affordable food.
So people need affordable food, yes, but you're still going to affect the people who are growing food anyway,
Okay,
and the
we
people
can
especially. Listen,
can
you're
figure
still going
that
to
out.
affect them.
We can figure that out. If we undercut a mom and pop shop somewhere with a government, a publicly owned, cheap food alternative, right? Like my main thing is I want food to be guaranteed. I think food should be guaranteed. Like, so like if the mom and pop shop does not guarantee food, you have to still pay for it.
Listen, that's what I disagree with. I don't think food should be fully guaranteed, but rather should access to
Why not?
food be very widespread. Yes.
Why
That's
shouldn't
where
it be
different.
guaranteed?
Because, for example, at the end of the day, no matter how vital food is, it's still a commodity, and a commodity which still needs to be traded and
it's a
sold,
necessity.
still needs to be done for an incentive.
It's a
That is
necessity
something which is
for
always
life.
going to happen.
It's a
Same thing
necessity.
for, yeah, it's a necessity, but it's a necessity which is still going to be traded. That's a need.
Okay,
need
but
is
we
still
have a
going to be.
surplus of it as a collective. Like there's enough of
Okay,
it to
yeah,
feed
but
the
even if you have a
world
surplus,
multiple times
even
over.
if you
Nobody
still
should
have
be
a
starving.
surplus with it, yeah, even if it's a surplus, who's the guy making it? Again, that guy's still making it for something. He's not making it just for like, I'm doing this for being a humanitarian.
The way that it's working now, regardless of who's making it, which is usually underpaid employees, by the way, whoever's making it they're making enough to feed the world several times over, and we're just throwing it away. So
And
the
that's
way that we're doing things now,
I still believe that's a service which is still being done anyway. Even if there's people, listen, do I disagree with the fact that the people who are making it are going to be underpaid? Yes, I fully disagree with you. Should we have better labor laws to actually make sure they get better wages? 100%. I agree with you. However, that does not mean the food itself should just be practically given out for free. That is still, at the end of the day, a good. It is still a commodity which is being made as an incentive for one, to fill a demand of a person being hungry, and two, you need to give something out of it. That's a trade.
It should never be given for free. It should never be given for free. Is that your stance?
I believe it shouldn't be given for free. Listen,
never ever.
Now, does
Even
that
if
mean
somebody's
I'm
starving.
saying, hold on. Let me figure out. Does that mean I'm saying it should be a premium, a luxury? No. Food shouldn't be a luxury.
That's not my question. My question is, should nobody ever get food for free for any reason?
Well, depends on what you say. If you count charity, I'd say, hey,
charity,
you can give people food, fine, but that's on your own personal accord, not necessarily a state's decision.
Okay, but should we?
Like, for example,
so me as an individual, ought I?
If I saw a beggar, right? Listen, if I saw a beggar and the guy really needs food, right, and if I buy him food, that's me. I'm doing the personal act of charity for him. The state isn't doing anything for him. I'm the guy who's doing it for him.
That's not food he worked for. You're spoiling. That's not food he worked for.
He's like, hey, nobody should get food for free. Fine.
Nobody should get food for free. He didn't work for it. Why are you giving him free food? He's going to learn the wrong lesson.
Listen, hold on. I pay for that food. That is a commodity which I bought using my own resources, and I decided to distribute it to him under my own charity.
Okay,
but I didn't necessarily steal the food.
What lesson are you teaching him?
For him.
What lesson are you teaching it? This is a moral failure, in my opinion. What lesson are you teaching this man? That he can just get free food?
Buying food for a beggar when he really wants it and he needs it is wrong?
No, I'm just saying, right? Like, people should earn their food, right?
I mean, listen, that guy could also earn his food as well, but unfortunately, circumstances show he can't. So that the only thing I can do is I can help him out in that situation.
Why would you help him? He didn't do anything for you.
For buying him something?
He didn't do anything for you. He didn't give you like a service. Why are you paying him?
Okay, yeah, but that's charity. If I'm personally pro-market, that doesn't mean I can't also do charity.
So
charity doesn't have anything to do with, everyone needs to get stuff for free. That could just be, just kindness, compassion. That's not necessarily a political thing. That's just general human nature.
Okay, human nature. Is that what you just said? Like it's embedded in our very core as a species.
And human nature is apolitical.
So that being the case, right? How about we practice that as a government structure?
in my opinion, hey, that's not so. In my opinion, that's not the government's responsibility. That's you as an individual's responsibility. In my opinion.
Why not?
Listen.
Why can't it do what? But if we live in a
fundamentally,
democracy,
that
right?
still comes down to choice. Because the main thing is that comes down to choice. Listen, if I want to spend my taxpayer funds on a certain thing, if I don't want to pay for the guy's meal, right? It's in my rights, in my needs to make sure I don't need to. Fine, I can leave it. But if the government comes and says, hey, I will take your tax no matter what you say, and then I will spend it on that guy, even though I personally don't think it's the right thing to do, I don't want to send that money there. I don't want to make sure that goes ahead because that's still my resource. Which
without
I
the
work
society,
for.
guess
Listen,
what?
that's still my that's still my labor. Hold on, that's still my labor, which is being turned into a resource, which is being turned to a good, which I need. Right? If I don't want to share that on my accord, I don't need to.
Your
But if I want
labor,
to share it, I can.
Your labor is not worth anything without other people. You understand that,
Well,
right?
yeah, okay. And how is it? And listen, and how does that directly transfer to a government structure? Doesn't.
Yes, it does, because we live in a democracy on paper. We can debate the specifics of that. We live in a democracy.
Okay, listen, since we live in a democracy where everyone does have an equal voice, I would also say, hey, I don't want to share my stuff because that's my own choice.
You're part of the collective, whether you like it or not. Your money
Well, listen, I'm not saying that I'm not, but again, that doesn't mean I should also just be forced into saying, hey, you must pay the high taxes. To be honest, I'd probably say I don't want to pay high taxes, and if you're not going to do it, what will I do? I'll vote for the guy who's going to say, hey, you don't need to pay much taxes. As a consumer, as a guy who's living here right now, if I'm weighing my own personal choices, my own personal spends, what I have right now, and that is more favorable for me, I will take the alternate option, which is voting another government.
You can't get out of the fact that if you live in a democratic society, the majority rules, and so like,
yeah,
and you were reliant upon the people that you live with in society.
I never said I won't pay taxes.
In order for your, I let you talk for a while.
Interpreted me.
Okay, in order for your dollar to mean anything, the dollar you worked for, you want it to mean something, right? Because if it doesn't mean anything, it's garbage, right?
I agree.
Okay,
yes.
But so you live in this. So the society, we're almost there, that you live in gives that dollar meaning. The government that distributed it to you gives it meaning. Okay, that's the value of a dollar is what society decides. And so if this hold on, we're so close. If the same society decides we need some of that back in order to benefit the collective, I'm sorry, get with the program or get out.
Listen, I will tell you this. I will give that on my own accord because the government didn't give me that dollar for free. I earned that dollar to my labor. I didn't ask the government, hey, can you just give me 10,000 quid? And they just gave it to me. No, I worked for that money because I put in my own labor. Then can everyone have the same privilege as me in that situation? No. But I still did what I had to do for me. So in that sense, the government isn't owing me anything in that situation. Sure, you printed the cash, but you didn't give it to me. I earned that from you. I earned that from you, from the private enterprise, especially from private enterprise. They're the guys who made it. Even if I worked for the government themselves, they didn't just hand it to me. I had to work for that. That is the fruits of my labor. And I get to decide what I can do with that.
But you only get it at the
I
government.
won't fundamentally pay basic tax.
You only get it.
I still pay fundamental basic tax. But again, if you use that tax, which I pay, and I expect it to be right, I want my tax to go to this specific thing. Like, for example, let's say I want better healthcare from people who are paying it, right? Paying taxes. Okay, fair. But if you take that money and you pay on social programs to just say, hey, free food to the homeless, I would say, one, I'm not paying you my taxes for that. And two, I did not vote you in to give that to that guy. I voted you in because I want better healthcare for me, because I am providing you, because I am creating that resource, because out of my labor, I am generating wealth, and I'm giving you that share of wealth to you. So you should provide me with the service I desire. And if you don't do that, then I'm just going to vote another government.
I just think feeding the homeless is a worthwhile endeavor for the government.
Hey,
Like, if
I
they need to
don't
collect,
disagree with you, but I'm not saying that the state should force me to do it. I'll do that on my own accord.
But if we have the ability to feed hungry people, right?
Yeah,
then
and
we
that
should feed them. Like, nobody should.
done
Okay,
on your
no,
own accord.
there's
Okay,
just
so
hold
gun-
on.
no,
There's no
Alex,
reason for anybody to be hungry right now. No reason. We have plenty of food to go around.
I agree. Listen, I agree with you, but also at the same time, the same thing is that is still a good commodity, which is still being traded on the market where other people's livelihoods
I
still
don't care.
depend
I don't
on it.
care.
They
I don't
still
care.
get a living out of it.
It's
No,
not just
that
a commodity.
should
It's a
be there
necessity.
because
It's a
that still affects
necessity
them.
for life.
Listen, if you're gonna sell whatever a farmer's if a farmer is making a certain amount of goods and you're just saying, hey, just give me 10% of whatever you have, I'm gonna distribute it for nothing. That farmer, that's still gonna impact his own daily life. That will impact the amount of sales he's gonna have.
Are
And
you
what's he
worried
gonna
about
do?
people being
Well,
lazy?
hold on. Let me finish it. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do to make that profit back? If he has a chance to, he's gonna raise prices.
Okay.
Who's gonna be affected the most out of that? The common people.
Okay, so when the homeless guy asks you for money, he's doing the same thing. He's trying to get money off of your hard work while doing nothing.
Fundamentally, it's my choice to give him money or not.
Okay. Well, I'm saying that, you know, it's a good thing to give him money and that we should do it as a society. Nobody should be hungry.
I would say that too. Just depends on morality, and morality is different from each person, different from each culture, different for everyone. If you think it's moral to do so, then fine. You might just
what's a good
that doesn't
argument?
mean I should.
What's a good argument?
So if you think it's a good idea to give that man money, great.
Yes.
You do it because that's your idea, not mine. I don't necessarily.
But why not? Why not? Convince me.
Give him.
Convince me that it's not a good idea.
Because, well, for example, how do you know exactly if he's going to use the food for himself or he's going to use it in the exact same way what he's asking you to? He could just, exchange it for drugs, for example. I mean, I'm thinking this is this very specific example, but it's still a realm of possibility.
Well, there's more.
There's not a 0% chance he's not going to do it. There's a chance he's going to do it, and the thing is that still comes down to what your judgment is of the situation.
So you're telling me.
Hey, let me finish my point. If I think I should give that guy something because he's going to need it and he will use it, man, I'm basing that off of my own morality, what I believe is right, then fine, I'll give it to him. But if I think something's wrong, if I think he's not going to use it for what it is, then I won't give it to him. That's just me. That's just what I think is, hey, if you want to give it to him, be my guest, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. I'm not going to say, hey, don't give him anything. I said, hey, if you want to go ahead, that's your decision, not mine.
I forgot what point I was going to make. I guess, like, I just think give me a good reason why we shouldn't.
Well, a good reason why
we shouldn't feed the homeless. Give me a good argument against.
I never said don't feed the homeless. Hold on. You just took my words out and you're twisting it. I never said don't feed the homeless. I said it's your choice to feed them if you want or not.
Okay,
if you want to do it, fine.
So if they're taking food, right? You said they're taking food and trading it for drugs.
I said that's a possibility. I'm not saying they're gonna do it.
Let's say it is.
Again, that's if I think of it. Listen,
that's if
I think they're gonna do it. And the thing is, I have the opportunity to say no to that if I think that, sure.
Let's troubleshoot this.
Am I thinking, hold on, am I being prejudiced there? I can be, and I very well could be. That, sure, am I morally a scummy person based on what your logic could be? Fine. But fundamentally, it's still my choice whether I want to give it to him or not. You can't force me to give it to him. You can't just be like, hey, give that bread right now, I'll yank it out of your hand. I'd say no. I paid for that bread with my labor. Sure, could I? If I feel moral, if I feel charitable, will I give it to him?
That hungry person is part of the society in which you live. We are only as good as the least of us. Okay?
And the thing
so
is,
if he needs something,
I still have the option to say
it is
yes
upon
or no
all of us
because
to help him.
I think it's the right thing to do. I don't need someone else to tell me, hey, give that guy food. I will say, hey, I'm a grown adult. I am a guy with a functioning brain, and I can think with my own standards and with what I know is the right thing to do, which is based on my interpretation, as we are in a free nation where we can all have equal voices, and we can do our own actions. I will judge it based on me, and I will say, fine. If I really want to give it to him, I'll give it to him. If he doesn't want to, then if I don't want to, I won't. It's not difficult.
Okay, I'm just saying if like the majority votes that's what taxes go toward, that's what your taxes are going toward.
Listen, okay,
Like,
listen.
Because
If
you
the
live in the
majority are gonna
society,
do it,
like,
I'm not saying I'm not going to pay the tax. Listen, will I be very unhappy with it? Yes. But
oh
I'm not
no,
saying I'm
my
not going to
tax
pay the
dollars
tax.
are going to
But
feed homeless people.
here's the other thing.
How
Does that
tragic.
mean? Hold on. Listen, I didn't say. Whoa. So you just told me like, no. Oh, just because you're poor, I'm not going to pay. No. Listen, I'm saying I will pay for a guy on my own accord. I'm not saying that I won't pay for him at all.
Who's complaining? Okay, you're not. Okay,
when I told the state not to.
You're personally not complaining, right? Like you're fine with your money. You're just in principle, right? Just hold on. Bear with me. Hold on. I've let you talk a lot. It's my turn.
I'm the guy generating that revenue for the government.
Sir.
Hold on.
It's my turn.
So are you telling me that
do you know how conversations work?
Hold on. So just because of his status or what you perceive as his status,
you think he has... kidding me.
Okay, I'm gonna moderate it now. So one at a time, I'm gonna set a timer, 2 minutes each. You guys get 2 minutes each. Go back and forth.
Fine.
I don't want to do it, but we can't have that.
I didn't mean to be that way. It's just like, dog, you have been on so many diatribes so far.
Okay, so 2 minutes for Gunter, and I will unmute deadmau7.
Okay. I got 2 minutes. So, like, okay, the problem with this structure, and I'll try to get to my point anyway, but the problem with the structure is, like, I have a question and I would like an answer, but your answers are just so long, man. So, you're saying, right, that if I understand correctly, that you do not personally have a problem with giving your money to homeless people who need it. I understand that part. However, so that would mean, in principle, right? Like, if the government were to, like, let's say that you had to go to a government facility, give them your money, and then they would give the money to the homeless person, right? That's basically what you're doing with the taxes. So I guess, like, so if the policy were only that the money had to come from just you, right? The effect would still be the same whether you did it, like, voluntarily or the government said that you had to do it. But since your money is going toward the homeless who need it, I don't detect that you have a problem with that part of it, right?
Listen, yeah, you're partially right. Listen, I don't necessarily have a problem with with giving the money or not. It's just I don't want the government to force me to give it. I'm giving that on my own accord. That's my choice.
Okay, but the government But the government can force you to do a lot of things that you don't want to do.
I'm gonna never pay taxes. No, I'll still pay taxes. I'll still do what is required to do with me as a citizen, a basic thing as a citizen to pay tax. But however, I'm never gonna. However, does that mean I always need to go the extra mile every single time? No. Sometimes I could say yes. Sometimes I'll say no. That's my choice.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've talked this to death. I think I'm good on this one. We have other people who want to come up.
I'll bring up. Everybody put your hands down, and then everybody put your hands down, and I'll tell you when you can put them back up. Okay, put your hands back up.
I saw Ash, Kitty, and Andrew at the same time. Do you think Andrew?
And it'll say at the beginning, whoever's first in the side chat. So Andrew, you can come up.
Oh.
You'll get 2 minutes. You'll get 2 minutes to provide your claim. I'll record it, and as the conversation goes, like when it switches, I keep resetting the timer, and then if you keep talking over your timer, you have to stop.
Oh
okay.
Man,
go.
Okay.
We could extend it like to 5 minutes.
No, I just like the back and forth. I like the back and forth. Like unless
I'll just be here to stop like interruptions. Then okay.
Sure.
Sounds good. All right,
okay.
Go for it, Andrew.
So, Alec, it sounds like your position is that for people to have this need, the unfortunates of our society to have their need met, everyone else who is a part of that society is obligated, mandatorily obligated to resolve that as a part of our collective participation. Is that
I
correct?
just think we ought to. Like, it behooves us to.
So is that a yes? That sounds like a yes to my question.
What do you mean by obligation?
Everyone should be obligated.
What do you mean?
Well,
what do you mean by obligated? Like holding them at gunpoint?
if we are feeding the homeless,
right,
through our institution, the government, the state, whatever you want to call it, that sounds like like taxes are an obligation. We would be obligated to feed the homeless.
Yeah, the same way you're obligated to fund the public library right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So that I fundamentally, and I think many people would disagree with that from the point of view that nobody is, as far as how we arrange our society, I don't believe that homeless people are obligated my resources outside of what I willingly do.
What's your resources? What do you mean?
What I have earned through my labor.
Like what?
Money.
Okay.
Money.
This is
which is money, what pays for the food.
I understand that. The money only exists because the society in which you live ascribes it value and then uses it as currency. That money is useless without other people. You understand that, right?
Yeah, everybody else who has what can be translated into value, aka the money. So other working participants, correct?
Okay, so you can make that argument, but at the end of the day, you rely on the society to make your dollar worth anything. Therefore, if the society decides on something that the society must do in order to sustain itself, then at a certain point you are obligated to participate in that, because if you don't, then you'll be outcast. Like that's just how our species works.
That's what you want it to be.
That's how it works.
No, it's not how it works now, because we're not doing it yet. And you're saying that we should be doing that. So you want it to be that way.
I just don't understand what the problem with engaging, like putting some funds toward the betterment of everybody to improve all of our circumstances is. Like, what's the problem with that?
There's not a problem with that, but you want it to be an obligation, and that's where the line is. You want it to be an obligation.
I'm not going to hold you at freaking gunpoint, man. That's not what I want.
That's what taxes do.
Okay, so you don't.
You are literally under threat of force. So you are under threat of force for not paying your taxes.
You do, but the only reason you have the money is because of the government that gave it to you. They're just asking for it back.
That's not, but the money.
Yes,
you're talking about. Wait, I'm not done. No, let me say. Let me speak.
It doesn't just appear on the money tree. I'm sorry to inform you.
The money is not the government's. The government controls
yes, it literally is.
Let me finish, Alec. So the money is a representation of my value that I have generated through my labor. It's mine
because of the government upholding it as a standard.
But it's not because. Well, that's a technical element to it, because money can exist
it is
outside
a necessary
of the government.
Okay, like what?
Well, I mean, gold has been transmitted across nations.
Okay, gold, but that's always exchanged for the dollar, right? Like, that's why it's...
No, it didn't used to be. The dollar didn't used to exist at a point, and yet people still found a way to generate currency.
Okay, but the way that it works right now, in the society we live in, the dollar, at least in my society, in the United States, the dollar is the central currency. Okay, and in any society that has a central currency, the governing body is in charge of producing that and ensuring its value. Okay, it's basically
people have issues with that, and I think that's like a nuanced topic of like technicality, like where is the dollar reinforced and protected by? Some people don't think the government should have a role in that. I don't have an educated opinion on that, but you're saying that. You're describing currency as is a fundamental component of it, is being dependent on the government, and it doesn't have to be like that.
Okay, let's make up a new currency with no government. Can we do that? Okay, let's call them.
Sure.
Let's call them. What do you want to call them?
They're Gunther Bucks.
Gunther Bucks. Okay, we'll call them Gunther Bucks. So. So this has no government. We just decide, okay, these are Gunther Bucks and we're going to start using them now to exchange, right? So if I give you let's say that I give you 25 Gunther bucks for a speaker that you charge 50 for, right? And I try to say, well, this is enough, right? And you say, no, it's not. This is worth more. I need more Gunther bucks, right? Who are you calling to enforce the Gunther buck trade? Like, if I refuse to give
That's
you more,
under the presumption that I have to trade with this person because I can reserve my speaker.
okay, but we're in the midst of trading. I gave you 25, and then I picked up the speaker and started walking away with it because I'm insisting that I paid for it, right? So what is the enforcing body that comes in and says, no, you didn't pay enough for this. You need to go back and pay all the Gunther bucks. Who enforces
Okay,
that?
there's actually a pretty decent all real world equivalent to what you're describing, and that is a contract. So a contract doesn't have to be a transfer of dollar for product, but instead service for service, and the government would still enforce that.
Okay, so then at the end of the day, then the government is in charge of the money. They decide.
No,
what
I just
it's
said
worth.
that we already have an example of the government enforcing a transfer of value that doesn't depend on the dollar. So it doesn't. The state itself still doesn't have to be enforcing a standard of value or trade in this scenario.
That wasn't the original argument. The original argument was whether the government owns the dollar. They do. They own your dollars. Like, if they want to at any point, they can just take your money back.
But in this scenario, the Gunther dollars don't belong to the government in this scenario. The government is still obligated.
Then here's a question: what's stopping them from taking them? What's stopping the government from taking my Gunther bucks? They're not theirs. I have my name on them.
Second Amendment rights. Second Amendment rights.
What are you talking? Who enforces the Second Amendment rights? Who's going to come in and say, okay, I have Second Amendment rights? Or this person has Second Amendment rights that you're infringing upon. Government.
That's where we use force, which is a demonstration of our Second Amendment rights, which is the explicit.
But the rights that you have, the rights that you have are enforced by the government. Like in today's society, yeah. Right. So like I said, like you don't have anything without the society in which you live. Nobody's a bubble. So like when we
now you're saying that society and the institutions of society basically own all my shit.
You're not listening. No.
You just said that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Are you listening to me?
Clarify.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is
I'm slow.
We live in a society, right? We don't live in bubbles.
Crazy.
Right. So when the society needs something, sometimes it is our call to go and assist with that. Yes, because it benefits all of us.
So what you're describing is actually what rights are. You're hinting at rights and what people's role in society is to not infringe upon other people's rights. Negative rights are completely different from positive rights, and you are ascribing food and the necessity, what provides basic necessities of survival as a human right in the capacity as a positive right that the government should enforce, which is completely different from a negative right.
Okay, why should people starve to death?
Well, that's implying that there is a reason that they should starve to death, which I don't agree with. So
there's no reason for them to starve to death, right?
It's not to say that there is no reason that a person could starve to death. Because there's reasons that people are in situations where they starve to death.
When does a person deserve to starve to death?
I don't have a reason that people should starve to death.
Okay, so then
you're doing the same thing where you're
in a world
a positive right to a negative right.
No,
you're conflating a positive right to a negative right.
No, you said there's no good reason for a person to starve to death. Okay,
I didn't say that. I said I couldn't think of reasons for people should starve to death.
Okay, exactly right. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, so you can think of a good reason that somebody should starve to death, right? That's what we're going with.
Sure.
Okay. So why are people starving to death?
Well, they aren't in America, but let's pretend that they are starving to death in America. If people were starving to death in America, it's because they don't have the means to participate in our economy on their own terms.
To. Okay, so they don't have the means to participate. That's why they starve to death. But we have a surplus of food. Shouldn't we be able to feed them?
Well, we're pretending that they're starving. They don't actually starve to death in America. Nobody's starving to death.
Okay, there's food insecurity in America. How about that?
Yep, true.
Okay, so why is there food insecurity when there's a surplus of food?
Because they basically exist in a economic strata that doesn't have surplus of resources to trade for that food.
Why? Okay, so they don't have a
surplus. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons that are people. There's a lot of reasons why people are not, have more resources. Some of that are through people's own lack of initiative or potentially other health or other circumstances that they don't have those. They can't earn money the same way.
Okay, so sometimes it's their fault and they deserve it. Right?
Well, I said sometimes it's their fault, and that's
and they deserve it.
It doesn't. I didn't say they deserve it.
Okay, well then even those people...
It is a consequence. It is just a consequence.
But if you don't think they deserve it, then you do think they still deserve food, right?
And that's why people voluntarily participate in charity.
That's why we should just have a guaranteed government structure for it.
No.
Why are you relying on like the goodwill of independent groups? Why not rely on the collective? Make it law. Because everybody gets fed.
There's a reason. No, because the reason why charity is important. This is a moral argument, so it's subjective. But the reason why charity is important as a function of voluntary participation is because of people's ability to choose. That is why charity has value as a moral behavior.
Why are you okay? Why are you leaving whether or not people have enough food up to the kind will of strangers? Why would you do that? You said yourself they don't deserve to go hungry.
I didn't say that there were reasons where people did deserve to go hungry. I did not say people deserved to go hungry.
No, that's what I'm saying. You said they don't deserve that. So where's the contradiction? Like, there's a contradiction here.
I did say, though, that it was a natural consequence of many people's circumstances.
A natural consequence.
Whether that be...
So they deserve it.
Yes. No, that's not the same thing.
Okay.
You say deserve is a moral qualifier. And that's, I am not applying that.
Okay, if they don't deserve it, you're saying they don't deserve to go hungry, even if they didn't work for it, right? They don't deserve to go hungry. Right?
It is not objectively true that everybody does not deserve to go hungry.
Okay, with somebody who does not work for their food, they may have brought it on themselves, but you don't think, you would not say they deserve to go hungry, correct?
There are people
come on, man,
who do deserve. I'm directly answering what you just asked. I'm going to rephrase it in the way that I actually mean what I say.
Okay.
There are people who do deserve, in a broad sense, to go hungry. The person who is able-bodied and can be employed, and they are just not going to be employed because they just do not want to. Now, they have the ability to take advantage of charity, and I do think that it is as frustrating as a dynamic is that charity can benefit people who don't deserve it. I still choose to participate in charity because I want to support people who don't deserve it. And I am not going to separate those who do deserve it and those who don't deserve it. There are people who do not deserve to get food from charity, but I am going to accept that they will receive it anyway, because I want to give, as a matter of charity, my resources to support those who cannot and do not deserve who cannot get their own food and do not deserve to starve.
Okay. I don't feel like that answered the question, but okay.
Then ask it again, and I'll do my best to stay within the confines of what you're asking.
I gotta go back. Losing my train of thought. It's been a long stream. social jujitsu getting wound up because he can't just say he's a cruel petty. I don't think he's cruel. It's just like, okay. I'm trying to think of where to take this next.
I have a question.
Sure.
Do you acknowledge that there is a value to voluntary participation in charity instead of it being mandatory participation and obligation?
Well, in the
does it change the nature of charity?
In the absence of an insured system, then yes, charity's good, of course.
Does it change so like let's say 100 people exist in a group.
Okay.
20 of them need benefits, need some kind of social benefit. You know, they all cannot work of their, you know, and it's not by their choice. They all need help. 80 people can support them. They have the means to, and they are within the geographical space to do it. If all 80 of them were forced to support these 20 people versus 50 people who did not have to, but they chose to do it anyway, would it change the definition? Would it change the meaning of what the charity is given?
What do you mean by forced to? What's the force?
So all these 80, in this circle of people, these 80 people are forced to. They are
by what force?
The ruling
What's forcing them?
Group. The ruling group that applies, you know, order, that a force that applies order, right?
Okay.
Government, a controlling body, the state, says that everybody has to pay their taxes, you know,
or
and
else.
like 80 people have an income, right? Because the 20 people are poor or whatever. Or else their house is repossessed.
Okay, yeah, I think that's kind of shitty. I don't like the current tax system. Like, I don't think that people deserve to have their lives completely fucked up if they like mess up on their taxes. I have my problems with the tax system. But
let's say in this scenario, everyone will pay their taxes though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it change the meaning of what charity is, or is like because these 80 people that have an income?
Okay, if the people in charge, right, are democratically elected, and that is a determination that they made that everybody needs to chip in a little bit to help that 20%, and everybody agrees to do it rather than depose that person and put in a new one, then it is mutual. They are choosing to do it as a group. That's the system that I'm trying to endorse. I'm trying to convince as many people as possible that having a solid structure in place under our democratically elected government in order to ensure food for everyone is a good idea. And all I can do is hope that I get as many people on board as possible. Because advocating for that already is like, you know, I understand that my taxes could go up, but I feel like it's worth it. It's so that everybody has food. Because it also guarantees that I have food if something shit goes bad with me.
So consider this. I think it is an objective fact that you would agree with.
Okay.
That government as a managing entity is extremely inefficient with resources. True?
That the government's inefficient with resources, you said?
Yes.
As it stands, yes. I don't think it has to be that way.
Has it ever not been good at managing resources of almost any metric?
You mean, has it ever been good at it?
I don't know. That's a fair. I think that's the same question. Yeah.
Has the government ever been good at managing resources? I think it's pretty efficient at doing it for the military.
Okay. Well, this is anecdotal. I will tell you it's not. First-hand experience, it's not. I promise you everyone would be pissed if they saw what we do.
Okay.
But
well, I just mean it's very good at like making sure the military's got like the top equipment and like the biggest bombs and the biggest guns and the best armor.
I agree with that. I think I agree with that.
Okay,
but
yeah. So
I don't think that's. But I don't think it's good at managing resources. The end result is achieved, like you said.
No,
You know,
that shows a capacity to manage resources in a specific direction. They're just doing it the wrong direction. Like they're doing it towards ends that are against the populace's best interest. That's my problem.
But the question was not if they can achieve goals or towards ends. It was if you think that the government manages resources well.
Sometimes yes. Sometimes yes.
Is there any examples
in
of that?
specific ways? Like I just told you, the military. It's very good at managing
They aren't
resources. You're not listening to me. Yes, they are. They are prioritizing military gains. Yes.
They've reached the end, but they're not managing the resources well. They are mutually exclusive.
If they weren't managing the resources well, they wouldn't have the greatest fucking military in history.
I can demonstrate that not being the case. So
they don't have,
let's say you have $100, right? You have to reach a goal with the $100. The goal is to have your lemonade stand fully functioning, and selling lemonade, right? And it costs an investment to get that started. It should cost $50 to get the lemonade stand going, and you had to end up spending all of your $100 to do it. You are not managing the resource well. You still got the goal done, though. Good job.
Okay. But
so they are completely different. The ability to reach the goal is completely different from.
I'm sorry, the results speak for themselves. They have the best military in the world's history. Do you disagree with that?
I have not yet once disagreed with the ability for the government to get things done.
But yes, they have the ability to get things done. Yes.
Not the question I asked.
Okay, but you agree with that, right? Just to make sure, like you agree that the government has the capacity to get things done when they want to, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so what if they wanted to get good things done? What if we put people in there?
Like charity, like feeding people, right?
Sure, they want to get good things done, like feeding people in the government.
Yeah. So my argument against that is that charity organizations, especially churches, although there are many churches that are just bad, but especially churches are relatively, objectively, much more orders of magnitude more efficient than the government, because the government operates on institutions.
What are they doing differently?
What do they do? Good question. Awesome question. What are they doing differently? The government operates based on people that they have employed that are not working for free, and many orders of bureaucracy, many layers of bureaucracy, and they all have to get paid. The resources, the logistics, the organization, the administration. Charity, you can literally have everyone top to the bottom work out of their own pocket expense to get the same thing done, and then all of the charity money goes into feeding the end state, whatever is the end state, whether it's giving someone a resource, building a house, giving food away. All of the money, all $100 that went into the food from the people that gave them the money went into the food, and all of the $100 worth of food is there in front of people to be given away.
So we're motivating.
Whereas if the government did it,
we're motivating
it's the
people
opposite.
by not paying them.
It's the opposite. It's the resource.
So charity is more motivating for somebody to do because they're not being paid for it.
In an abstract way, yes. Because if you want to see someone fed, and you're willing to give $50 to do it, you would prefer more of the resource going into the end result of the person eating food, or more people eating food.
But you also need to manage yourself. Like you need enough money to survive comfortably. So like if you can go into a field, if you can go into a paid field where you are doing good work, like, like it could be charity, but like you could, it could be like a charity that you get paid to work at, like an employee for the charity, right? Like charities also have employees that get paid. You know that, right?
They can. They are, like NGOs do, like nonprofits do, yes, but not all charities do.
Okay.
Many, yes.
Okay, but like there's still people getting paid. So like I don't understand this logic that like getting paid is going to reduce the motivation for people to do it. I don't buy that.
You wait. You don't believe that if you put $100 towards feeding people and it turns out that $10 on the $100, 10 cents on the dollar goes into actually feeding people, and instead of all the bureaucracy, instead of me giving
what bureaucracy? What bureaucracy?
100 cents. What do you mean what bureaucracy? All
Yeah.
the people that have to drive the food places, hand out the food, manage the forms of documenting, you know, the logistics of the food.
What forms?
All the
Like
things
what?
that NGOs do.
Okay, so it sounds like everybody should be doing this stuff anyway. Like this sound if they're drivers to distribute food to different places, they should get. I feel like they should get paid for their labor, right?
Well, it depends. It depends, because if someone works in a capacity as a driver and they're employed to that, and then they want, you know, they want to work for an NGO, and they're, you know, yeah, I mean, people who want to get paid for their labor should be paid for their labor.
Okay.
But in the case where you have an organization of people who want to participate in a charity, and then suddenly everyone has the means to volunteer their labor without pay, then 100 cents on the dollar is going into the mouths that get fed, instead of paying everyone in between, because this charity can work at that level of efficiency.
Okay, but if what it takes, if the amount of employment that it takes in order to get food to people is such that 90% of the money that I give to this place is going toward that structure, and only 10% is going toward the hungry person, I mean, it's probably still worth it, right? Because if they need all that in place,
even though there have been demonstrations,
the logistics of,
even though the alternative is 100 cents on the dollar could go towards the hungry person, even if that already exists in demonstrated reality, you would still accept 10 cents on the dollar.
10 cents. I would hope we could make it better somehow, but if that's what we need to pay the other employees, and that's what we need to pay them, I don't understand the disconnect here. Like, what is somebody pocketing?
People voluntarily.
Okay, so, is anybody pocketing extra money?
A vital point. Let's there's no corruption. Like, nobody's pocketing anything that they haven't earned in this perfect NGO. We're going to assume that they're not cheating. Then,
okay,
you know, that you would still.
So where's the money going?
You know, in this, all of the logistics.
The logistics that it takes to distribute food on the scale they're distributing it, right? That's where it's going?
If in this scenario where people are being taxed and the bureaucracy of the government is managing it, yes.
Okay, what's magical about a charity doing the exact same thing? Why does it not cost anything for them?
Yeah, good question. Good question. The difference is that everybody can voluntarily participate and choose to not receive their own benefit because they are working out of charity.
Okay, so you're telling me that every single piece involved, the drivers, the people who, you know, the people who are giving out the trucks, right? Anybody working with the food, they all just do it for free. Right?
Well, it's not that they should, right? Because a church may pay for many, or a charity may pay for out of all the resources, they could put 30 cents on the dollar into, you know, different aspects that are not locally available for charity, right?
What
a lot
I'm
of free resources that I'm describing may not be free.
What I'm getting from this is that it seems like this whole feeding people thing operates a lot more smoothly when money's not involved at all, correct? When money's no object.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that the institution that distributes the resource, the state versus this charity, and I am using a extreme example of a charity that puts 100 cents on the dollar into the food for the homeless, but the charity operating outside of the state bureaucracy will be more efficient. It will be more efficient. This is demonstrated. More of your money goes to a homeless person's food, and whatever the resource is.
What makes them more efficient?
people that choose to give their labor instead of get paid for it, which is what charity is incentivized.
Okay, do you think that those people would take money for it? Like if they could do that for a living?
Some people choose to not to. Many people actually actively choose to not receive any benefit.
Okay, but what if they could just work in charity for a living, right? The trade-off is they give as much time and energy as they can to the charity, and in return, the charity takes care of their needs, right?
Well, that's
they
called
don't have to work another job.
Well, there's people who do work in that capacity, that specific capacity, and they're not in government. They work for some kind of NGO, or other nonprofit.
Okay, let me ask this: how are these people who are volunteering their time getting their needs met?
Well, they're usually employed. They have other lifestyle and resource.
Right, they have
income.
other obligations. So what I'm saying is, just make their only obligation to charity work. Right? That makes it more efficient by default. You can't argue that.
I absolutely disagree with that. I've already demonstrated that that's not the case. I've already demonstrated that's not the case.
I don't see how it's not. I really don't.
Okay, so the government, whether it's a charity or whether the government, right? There will be some effort of food distribution. You're talking about a different scale, but I'm talking about a ratio of what is getting to the end result, right?
Okay.
So the government will end up with 10 cents on the dollar getting to the people in need, and all these other organizations, to varying degree, will double, triple, quadruple that value.
Okay.
You want to cover every instance and potentiality of need at the cost of 10 cents on the dollar going to the end result, whereas people who want to do it voluntarily through charity will have a much higher proportional rate of success.
Okay, I think we've reached our natural conclusion here, and I'm going to bring up one more person. So get your final thoughts in real quick.
I just say I think I've successfully demonstrated that of people who want to give but don't want it to be a obligation, that there is a incentive, there is a reason to do it through charity instead of through a state obligation. Even if the end result is similar, you will get more done through charity.
Okay, I disagree, but we'll have to end it there. All right, thanks for coming up.
Thanks.
All right. Should we just do another hands up contest? I only want to take one more. If you spam it, I'm not taking you. Okay, if you want, put your hand up if you want to come up. Just put your hand. It's not a contest. Just put your hand up if you want to come up. Okay, type in the side what topic you're wanting to talk about. AI. Zalek and Ancom. I think that's a fair classification, yes. I want to talk about you. What about me? I want to discuss how you would prefer to solve this and how it would work. I'm done with this topic. I want to talk about something else. Your way of interacting with interpersonal troubles? I still don't know what you mean by that. Oh, me back. I'm not going to be on here much longer. Alec is a state socialist, not an ANCOM. Sorry, I'm not interested. It's hard to put it into text. So we have AI, my way of interacting with interpersonal troubles. Excuse me. Body's doing body things. Infighting with the side of the political aisle, I'm not interested. Not right now. Okay, I'm pulling Sammy up. You've intrigued me.
Howdy. Can you hear me?
What's going on? Yes.
So, from talking to you and hearing you speak about like conflicts in general, we're not talking about conflicts in specific. It's just the way in which you talk about them. And I do believe that you have a certain way of interfacing with them.
Okay.
And
what do you mean?
I just want to see if you agree with it first, my framing of it, then we can discuss. So I think that you have a way of I wouldn't say reducing, but you like to push the conflicts into an abstract of interpersonal relationships.
Sure. I mean,
As in,
I have a tendency to do that. Right. I have a tendency to do that because, you know, society is comprised of individual interactions. Like it's just like the next magnitude of existence. There's the individual, and then individuals interacting with each other create a society.
But I think that societies in of themselves operate in a different way than like a simplistic interpersonal relationship.
Sure, the more people who are involved, the more complex it gets. I can appreciate that.
What I'm saying is that it is pretty. I think it is pretty reductive to just reduce like issues between peoples or states to just like interpersonal conflicts. I think that you lose a lot when you describe them as that, or when you think of them as that.
Okay, I mean, can you give me an example?
Well, again, it's like if I bring up an example, it's going to distract us from the major point of contention here, which is you do agree that you see these sort of international conflicts like this. I guess like an example would be, let's say we have two relatively new countries. Let's say Brazil and Argentina.
Okay.
Let's say Brazil and Argentina have had pasts of conflicts between both Brazilians and Argentinians. Neither of them have a larger claim than the other's place. They both just hate each other, and they both constantly get into conflict.
Why do they hate each other?
I think that, let's say like 100 years ago, Argentina split off of Brazil, forming its own country, and kicked all the people who still wanted to be Brazilians out.
Okay, so they confederized.
Yeah, they split off.
Okay.
I think that if you reduce this to sort of like an interpersonal problem, we sort of lose a lot of ways to interact with it politically.
I mean, it's not going to be a one-to-one. Like, yeah, you do lose a lot, but you gain a lot too, right? Like, it's a different perspective. It's
well,
like using a two-dimensional drawing to illustrate a three-dimensional point.
I do agree with that, but you usually do that. I find that what you're doing when you do that, you're not doing it to help explain the three-dimensional drawing. You're doing it to replace the three-dimensional drawing. That's what I believe. So, like when you use something like, okay, how so? Well, when you bring that up, when you bring something like that up, normally someone would find themselves, yeah, I agree in that specific scenario, but this scenario I'm talking about is far more complicated than the one you've created. And the one you've created, you sort of removed all the nuance that's making the conflict interesting to
Okay,
what we're talking about.
the only way that this secession happens is if individuals want it, right? Like there are people, individuals, enough of them, who advocated for and pushed this secession, that this hypothetical, right? That it happened. So yes, it's more complicated. It is more complicated with more people. I'm not denying that. And I do simplify things, sometimes to a fault. But when I do that, it's to get a point across about what is going through the individual's minds when they do things like this, even if it's in a collective.
But I think that like when you do that, you really aren't saying much. You're just describing a story. Let's say you're
It is a story.
But like, yeah,
it's real, but it's
the only response someone can give to a story is not like it just ends the question with well, that's a nice story. How do we fix this? What is and then we go back to talking about the original thing.
Okay. So that's a nice story. How do we? So like, if I were to say, right, like, you know, if we're taking this secession thing to its individual level, you would have one person, you would have two people who have already agreed to live in a house together, and then one person kicks the other out, right? Just on the basis of whatever, skin color, something not fair, right?
Well, this is where I would disagree because you're kind of removing a large aspect of the story between these two countries, hypothetically, which is, let's say there's 3 people in this house, 2 of which wanted to change the color of the house to blue, and the third person was vehemently against that, to a point in which it became entirely untenable for them to live in the house. So eventually, through maneuvering, they kick the third person out of the house so they can change the color of the house.
Okay.
I think that'd be a bit more similar, like less reductive. But like even so, you're also missing a lot of aspects because like forming a country is different from changing a house.
Okay, but the point of a hypothetical like that is to analog it to the broader picture, right? Like that's a perfectly fine allegory in my opinion, right? Like you're saying I'm oversimplifying it. Like I know I'm trying to demonstrate a broader point using the simplest means possible.
I don't know. I just don't think that your use of these sort of allegories at all is like is at all like either productive or at all adds to the debate about certain issues. It's just a way of simplifying it to get to your to get to the point in which you believe, rather than some sort of collective.
But it does result in understand, and I think it results in a better understanding of the problem, and therefore helps people problem solve. Because to understand the problem, I think there's a quote: "To understand a problem is to solve it." Right. So if we understand it better,
when you're the one who creates these hypotheticals, you're the one who is also molding the problem into what you think it is. So the other person has no ability of like interacting. Because like, let's say you and I have 2 completely different ideas as to what a situation is. If you're the one developing the hypothetical, it's only going to be reflective of what you believe the situation to be. Therefore, neither of us can ever engage with it because it's an entirely different world based off of what you see a situation is. That neither of us can come to an agreement that is like a one-to-one thing.
That's why you have to go by the facts on the ground. You trust your own senses to not lie to you, and go with your, like, sometimes it's just a matter of you know, like if it's a complicated problem, I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say here. Is you my brain's crapping out.
It's late in the day.
Okay, I can only know what I see with or observe with my senses, right? And my brain puts that together into a coherent picture for me to digest. So all I can do, like, I understand that other people are never going to see it exactly the same way as me. Otherwise, they would be me, right? Like if they saw everything the same exact way that I did and interpreted it the same way, they would just be a copy of me.
I think in order to productively debate something material, the two individuals debating have to agree on like the basics of what they're debating on, right? And I think the same goes for like when developing a hypothetical, is that both of them have to agree on the basis of the hypothetical.
Okay.
I find that when you develop hypotheticals, you sort of get locked onto the hypothetical. And more often than not, like I was watching a bunch of your old debates, they would go from you would say a hypothetical, and they would say yes, but you're missing something, or yes, but that's not the whole thing. But then you continue to go with that hypothetical regardless, rather than modify.
Of course, it's not the whole thing. That's why it's a hypothetical. If it were the whole thing, it wouldn't be a hypothetical. It would just be the thing.
The issue isn't the world in which you had created. The issue is that the world you created removes key aspects that the other person is arguing based off of.
Okay, if they feel like it's important, then we can create an allegorical element for it. They only need to say, okay, well, you're leaving this piece out. And then I would say, okay, well, let's figure out how we can fit that into the allegory then. But the whole point of the hypothetical is to simplify it. The more pieces that you include in the allegory, the more useless it is to make it an allegory. You might as well just be talking about the thing.
Well, again, more often than not, I've seen in debates, well, maybe this is something you can work on in the future, where when you do bring up a hypothetical, try to think as to why they wouldn't agree on the basis of the hypothetical rather than within the world of the hypothetical. Because within the world of the hypothetical, your logic is rock solid, but you are leaving out a lot.
Okay, but I'm relating it back to the major picture. So if it's rock solid logic within my hypothetical, and you agree that there is an allegory, if you disagree with the point I'm making on certain grounds, you can say that, and you can say, no, let's adjust the hypothetical such that it adheres more to this, like this reality. You didn't account for this very important factor, to which I might respond, you know what, you're right, let's try to account for that. Like, you can, I'm trying, all I can do is make the image as clear as I can, the way that it is in my head, to you. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, so I'll keep that in mind, and I think that other people should keep that in mind when debating you. Because like I do have a feeling that a lot of people, when you bring up hypotheticals, the whole conversation stalls, not because like they're incapable of engaging in your hypothetical, but because maybe you don't hear them. That you're leaving out important information in the hypothetical, which makes it inaccurate to what you're talking about. I think other people want someone else on.
Okay, well, if you and I are ever talking and you feel like I'm committing that sin, then you can point it out and we can discuss it.
All right.
All right. Thanks for the tidbit. Thank you for your input. Seriously. Appreciate it. All right, have a good one.
Farewell.
Okay. Folks, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I think I'm good on the debate stuff. So, I apologize if you wanted to come up and didn't get to. This was kind of unplanned. If you would like to have a debate with me in the future, you can open up a ticket in PP. There's the channel is called Make a Ticket, and that is where you can request a debate with me, and we can try to set something up. But until then, take care. To the PP server, have a good night. Oh yeah, and also, if you're still in here, you can move over to a voice channel and talk about your thoughts. Okay. Dinner's probably close to ready. Anyway, I'm going to end it here. Thank you guys very much for watching. Love you all. Take care. Have a great night. I had fun. Glad we got some politics in. It's been a while. Fun times to be had. All right. Good night, y'all.